Chapter 212. At this moment, the entire battlefield was deathly silent. Li Luo could even see that on the high platform opposite, Xiong Kuei's eyes were wide open in rage. Looking over, he spat out a mouthful of purple blood. Li Luo couldn't help but twitch his lips, thinking that it was right to feel heartache. A full 6,000 elite cavalry were blown into pieces. There were more than double of that number who were heavily injured. Among them was a group of 2,000 elite wind chaser cavalry from Blazing Flame Mountain. No matter how shrewd a person was, they would probably lose their composure and die of heartache. 303 armed spiritual crossbows. The prince is really generous. I really admire you. He didn't praise Zhongsho's methods and arrangements, but he only admired his 303 armed spiritual crossbows. He had decided that Zhongsho was just being rich, using money to suppress people. 303 armed spiritual crossbows, a full 150 grade 4 wind flame explosive arrows, a full 10 grade 7 beast crystals invested. If it was any power in Donglin Cloud Continent, any army would suffer a huge loss. When Zhongsho heard that, he didn't care and laughed. So what if he used money to suppress people? It was okay as long as he could win. He was too lazy to care so much. At this time, Sheridan also opened her eyes and carefully looked at the deep pit. She then let out a sigh of relief. I wonder how many more fiery wind arrows the Crown Prince has. Her eyes were filled with hope. As long as the number exceeded 3,000, the victory of this battle would be assured. As long as there were 600, they could at least retreat safely. Zhongsho was still controlling the black copper mirror in front of him. When he heard that, he mocked himself. How many of these grade 4 spiritual arrows are there in the world? Even with the strength of Kongqi's sect, they were only able to craft 1,000 in these few years. I can only buy 2/5 of their treasury. Sheridan's face couldn't help but turn bitter. 2/5 of 1,000 meant that there were only 400. Before this, they had already used close to half. They were most probably going to lose today's battle. Don't look at how majestic those 3,000 Xian Mountain City cavalry were. Almost all of the 2,000 tigers and leopards were slaughtered, and the 50,000 cavalrymen were scattered. However, these people would eventually be exhausted in the face of an enemy that was 100 times their number. There would always be a time when the horses would be tired. Previously, Yang Xian had been careless and underestimated his opponent. That was why he had personally sought out Zhongsho, who was controlling Zhongyuan from afar. The death of their commander shook the entire army. At this moment, the enemy generals were all on guard. Using 3,000 cavalry to charge at the orderly infantry was no different from courting death. Even the enemy in front of him was not easy to deal with. After suffering such a huge loss, there was no way he would let Zhongsho succeed again. As expected, after a short while, those tens of thousands of Blazing Flame Mountain cavalry that could still fight had already started to spur their horses once again. At this time, they were no longer gathered in one place. Instead, they were separated into hundreds of groups surrounding the chariot formation, and from time to time, they would try to charge in. At this moment, even Li Luo was slightly shaking his head, not optimistic. The soldiers were elite, and the generals were wise and far-sighted. Such an enemy was the hardest to fight, and there were no weaknesses to be found. He really couldn't think of any chance that Zhongsho had of winning. When Zhongsho saw the situation, he squinted his eyes and laughed. "You were so worried." A weak and powerless giant sometimes might not be able to beat a strong and powerful lion. Why don't we make a bet? I think that today's battle might shock the Cloud Continent and become a legend. 3,000 cavalry trampling over 1,000 troops. I really didn't expect that my servant would have such pride. When he said those words, the 35,000 cavalry of Blazing Flame Mountain all drew their bows. As they galloped, they knocked their arrows 10,000 feet out and swiftly shot, only to hear a loud honk. Numerous bowstring noises gathered into one, following which the sky was filled with the sharp whistling of arrows. A full 35,000 arrows shot over like a black cloud. It caused the 500 Iron Tiger halberd warriors and the 1,000 Xian Mountain City soldiers to hide in the carriage, following which there was a series of dong-dong sounds. The outer shell of the carriage was made of steel, and arrows couldn't pierce through. Li Luo's two blades spread out, jumping into midair. His blade aura spun and swept away all the arrows and wind energy that shot into the area. Dan sighed and shook her head. Zhong Shou was well prepared, but what he said just now wasn't convincing at all. Luckily, the blazing flame mountain cavalry outside didn't dare to charge at the carriage formation. They tried a few times, but they all returned empty-handed. There weren't many wind flame explosive arrows, but Zhong Shou bought many grade 1 and 2 spiritual arrows. The 3-armed spiritual crossbow itself was a strong, killing weapon. Tens of giant crossbows firing could defend against 1,000 people. Dan was slightly at ease and didn't pay attention to it anymore. Along with Li Luo, she once again looked at the intense battle 10 miles away. However, the scene that entered everyone's eyes caused them to be slightly shocked, only to see that there were large amounts of arrows covering the clouds and the sun. In front of the 100,000 troops, there were many arrow shafts stuck in. However, the 3,000 mysterious armor cavalry behind Zhong Yuan didn't suffer any losses. They only charged back and forth in front of the army. Pretty much each time, they would be able to draw out an arrow rain. They could predict where the arrows would land, swiftly avoiding and weaving in and out of the arrow rain. Those 3,000 Xian mountain cavalry seemed to have totally adapted to Zhong Yuan's rhythm, along with him being fast and full, suddenly charging and suddenly changing directions. As for the Yunxiao mountain archers hidden behind the tens of square formations, they also showed signs of exhaustion. Normal martial cultivators, at most 10 arrows from a 5,000 kilogram bow, would use up all their energy. The moment they exceeded 20 arrows, their arm muscles would definitely break. Mythic masters could draw 10,000 kilogram bows. Their stamina was slightly stronger, but there was a limit to it. In just 15 minutes, the arrows had become sparse. Li Luo and Dan couldn't help but exchange glances with one another. They knew that the Yunxia mountain archers didn't use up all their strength, but were saving it. However, to force them to such an extent, how did this Zhong Shou do it? Exchanging glances with one another, the two of them looked over once more. This time, they didn't dare to be distracted. They knew that the most dangerous and crucial moment had just arrived. At this moment, within a square formation on the right of the crescent moon formation, Mu Ling's head was covered in cold sweat. His eyes were wide open as he looked forward once more. Those mysterious armor cavalry who were calm and unruffled, actually stopping 20,000 feet away and saving up their horsepower once more. He couldn't help but be nervous, but he also couldn't be fully focused. He was ranked 9th in Xian Mountain City, just below Yang Xian. He didn't like the tiger leopard cavalry commander who was so arrogant every day. When he heard the news of this person's death, he gloated in his misfortune. Underestimating the enemy and being careless resulted in such an outcome. To think that this person called himself a famous general, but he died in the hands of Xuanwu Ancestor Jr. However, until 15 minutes ago, just as he thought that he had paid enough attention, did he realize that he had underestimated the enemy. The direction that this Zhong Yuan chose each time was coincidentally the weakest point of the crescent moon formation, the easiest to break through. That surging over, sharp and unstoppable aura seemed like it could pierce through their crescent moon formation in one strike. He knew that their formation was thick, and he also knew that the enemy only had so few men. However, at this moment, he had a feeling, like his hundreds of thousands of troops could only stay on the ground, shrinking their heads and forming up into a formation to defend themselves, big but useless. The enemy's 3,000 iron cavalry were like eagles in the sky, waiting for a good chance. Occasionally, they would glide down and scare them, stimulating their nerves. They were extremely nimble and shockingly sharp. He was originally a calm and steady person, but he couldn't help but order the archers in the army to shoot tens of arrows to break the enemy's charge. On the side of the other comrade, Xianu, the situation was similar. At this moment, The archers hiding behind the array were no longer able to provide him with any assistance. Just as her nerves were tensed up, in the next moment, her pupils constricted. The leader of the red-armored knights moved once again. At this moment, Zhong Yuan's heart was so calm that it was like an ancient well with no ripples. From the confusion he had when he first charged and turned back, he went all out to analyze and think. At this moment, he could pretty much understand each direction Zhong Shou changed and his intentions each time he turned back. Even the direction and angle that Zhong Shou chose to charge at was the same as what he predicted. Between them, it was like their hearts were connected, and they were extremely compatible. In fact, he had vaguely had these feelings and thoughts when he was on the battlefield before. He could sense the weakness of the enemy and predict the changes in the enemy formation. However, it had never been as clear as today, like that layer had been directly broken by Zhong Shou. At this moment, he understood in his heart. He knew that the true charge, the true intense battle, was just about to begin. Riding the dragon horned winged horse under him, he slowly advanced forwards. When he was 1,000 feet away from the enemy, he still didn't see any arrows shooting over. A bright light flashed in Zhong Yuan's eyes, and he suddenly increased his speed, only to see that in front of him was a spear forest. Closely packed 5-foot spears formed into rows of spear walls. Numerous cold blade glows shone brightly. Zhong Yuan didn't hesitate, charging forwards. When he was 100 feet away, Zhong Yuan raised his spear up high. Purple lightning spear, earth-moving berserk lightning. The yellow pearl on the spear edge was another ball of essence energy that flowed into his body. Then, a vast ball of lightning suddenly rushed into the ground. In an instant, it swam dozens of feet away before suddenly exploding and exploding. The tens of spear-wielding soldiers above were instantly lifted up high. The entire orderly spear forest was in chaos, and a small gap appeared. Zhong Yuan didn't hesitate as he charged in. He knew that at this position, the spear forest formation wasn't as tight as it looked on the outside. He also knew how to swiftly break through this square formation. At this moment, following closely behind him were Tan Tao and Hu Zhongyuan, as well as the mysterious armor wind dragon cavalry, 10 martial ancestor experts, pretty much at the same time, once again widening the gap in the spear formation. 3,000 iron cavalry were like an iron current as they all stepped into the formation. The extremely strong impact instantly caused numerous people to fly away. 16,000 iron hooves, in just 10 breaths, crushed this 5,000-man square formation. Chapter 2:13. When Zhong Yuan came out from behind the square formation, the entire battlefield was deathly silent. Only the sounds of weapons clashing could be heard from that direction, as well as the neighing of horses, miserable cries, and furious howls could be heard. The 3,000 iron cavalry charged in from the front. However, they didn't break through in a straight line. Instead, just as they entered the square formation, they struck from the side at a 45-degree angle. It was like a sharp blade stabbing into the stomach of a person and then bending towards the weak spot at the side. The entire cavalry force drew a beautiful arc to the left. It struck the vital point precisely 3 inches away, tightly grasping the gap in the entire square formation that flashed for a moment. It was as easy as cutting through butter. The square formation was completely penetrated and completely destroyed. It was so quick that the people nearby couldn't react at all. When Zhong Yuan led the mysterious armor cavalry behind him out of the square formation, there were no injuries on his body at all. The 3,000 people behind him were still in perfect condition. Only a little more than 30 people died standing inside. The entire process was so easy that even the 3,000 mysterious mountain cavalry themselves couldn't believe it. If it was in the past, in front of these 5,000 elite infantry square formations, even a complete mysterious armor wind dragon cavalry would suffer heavy losses. However, at this moment, just 3,000 people, 3,000 elite cavalry were able to do it. After the shock, the hot blood of these 3,000 mysterious armor cavalry that had slowly calmed down started to surge in their blood vessels once more, like flames were burning. They felt that they couldn't suppress it as they all gave out a beast-like roar. Calm. Their voices were low, filled with a maniacal fighting spirit. A killing intent surged. The aura was really overbearing as it charged into the clouds. Even the horses they were riding were stimulated. They neighed excitedly, and their eyes gradually turned red. When they galloped, they were even more powerful, more nimble, and more swift. Only Zhong Yuan's eyes were still emotionless, extremely focused. In the 26 years since he was born, he had never been this serious. He was fully focused on experiencing the spear technique that his hand were displaying. In this army, under the suppression of numerous strong enemies, his thoughts were also unprecedentedly clear. He only felt that numerous problems in his martial path were instantly solved. Many of the problems that he felt were unsolvable weren't a problem under the control of Zhong Shou. Each spear attack in his hand, each change in the energy in his body, they all contained mysteries, all of them giving out things that people didn't give out, things that people didn't understand. It was as if he had been enlightened, constantly rushing into his mind. Layers of martial path barriers in front of him were easily broken through by the infantry square formation in front of him. Like a hot knife through butter, it was easily solved. It was even weaker than paper. Unknowingly, he noticed that he could slowly follow Zhong Shou's actions. Sometimes the changes in the spear path that he thought of, the instinctive reaction that he wanted to make was actually the same as Zhong Shou's control. In the end, Zhong Yuan was totally immersed in it, totally forgetting about it. Did the sharp spear attacks in his hands, the various actions when he urged the horse into the formation, come from himself? Or was it from Zhong Yuan, who was 10 miles away? He totally forgot about everything. Only the word battle in his mind. He crazily wanted to find more opponents, so that he could comprehend Zhong Shou's spear path and comprehend Zhong Shou's formation charging techniques. When the entire cavalry formation was revealed, it still hadn't dissipated. Just 200 feet of charging, it had already accelerated to the extreme. What appeared in front of Zhong Shou's eyes was another iron-armored square formation that was close by, solidified like a mountain. This time, he didn't use any secret spear techniques. He just stabbed forwards with his spear. The intents of a full 3,000 people, all the martial path strength was connected into one. Half of it buffed Zhong Yuan's body. It caused the true qi in his body to rise to the extreme under the strong intent. It was like he had broken through the limits of Xuanwu ancestor. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth crazily gathered. At this moment, even if he didn't rely on the spiritual armor and external pill, he had the confidence to go up against those Xuanwu ancestors. The spear stabbed out, the energy spread 1,000 feet. Before he even arrived, there were hundreds of soldiers who were pierced through by the wind. He rode the dragon horned winged horse and smashed into the formation. At this moment, in front of his eyes, an arc appeared in the square formation that was densely packed with soldiers. As long as he followed this path and charged, he would be able to break this formation. Actually, there were a few other choices, but none of them could be as fast and easy as this path. The commander of this square formation was a 6 Meridian Martial Grandmaster. At this moment, he also saw that the situation was not good. Almost immediately, he rushed to the front of the formation together with a few other martial grandmasters in an attempt to stop his forward momentum. Zhong Yuan didn't even take a look, the tip of his spear slashing in midair. Within the blade glow, there were a few spear flowers. Those dots of light were like a flash in the pan, instantly disappearing, following which blood spurted out, and a few lifeless corpses fell to the ground. Without any delay, the dragon-horned winged horse galloped across. The 3,000 mysterious armor iron cavalry charged into the formation like they were going to topple mountains and flip oceans. Like a flood sweeping, they drowned the 5,000 black armored soldiers here. 12,000 high-speed, galloping horse hooves stepped on the corpses on the ground, causing flesh and blood to scatter. When Zhong Yuan's horse once again passed through the dense formation, he took in a deep breath, his voice like thunder. Second formation, break. The 3,000 cavalry at the back all raised their arms and hollered. Today we will trample over 1,000 troops. The entire cone-shaped cavalry formation made another half-arc turn. Like a heavy hammer, it smashed into the third square formation that was just 200 feet away. The strong impact instantly smashed those soldiers in front of the formation who weren't mentally prepared. With a cavalry spear and war horse passed, they were all invincible. In just 200 breaths, Zhong Yuan was already out of the formation. The armor on his body and the purple lightning spear in his hand were all dyed red. The blood cloud armor seemed more and more cold and vicious, extremely bloody. Third formation, break. We could die with no regrets, kill. Another tiger roar, extremely orderly. Hu Zhongyuan followed behind Zhong Yuan, his blood boiling. All of a sudden, he only felt that it was okay if he died here today. The last strand of hope in his heart disappeared without a trace. He could only silently curse that prince for being crafty. Using Zhong Yuan's body to command from the back, he didn't need to take any risks. However, today's battle had caused the blood of the Iron Tiger race to burn. As an Iron Tiger man, he should gallop on the battlefield and fight against 10,000 troops. Today's nonstop killing was truly satisfying. Even if he died here, he would be willing. Without any time to think, the 3,000 cavalry followed closely behind the dragon-horned winged horses and smashed into the fourth square formation. It was a dense spear forest, orderly and thick. Looking from afar, it looked like a boulder. However, at this moment, when the cavalry charged in, they only felt that the resistance they faced was so weak that they didn't need to care about it. They just needed to follow Zhong Yuan's horse stance and charge forwards. If Hu Zhongyuan was a little afraid before, he had some doubts. However, at this moment, he forgot about everything. In this battle, they would trample over 1,000 troops. This is Zhong Yuan? That Zhong Yuan who should have no hope of reaching the martial ancestor realm and would sooner or later have his head chopped off by me. What a joke. On the high platform, Feng Yu's face was ashen white. That Zhong Yuan who he had personally beaten and forced to kneel on the ground. How could he be so strong? Especially the 3,000 cavalry that he led. Charging straight into his 250,000 troops, he was pretty much invincible, making one's heart tremble. Even if he had beaten this person in the past, even if he had some confidence in the army under his command, at this moment, Feng Yu's heart was still filled with fear and worry. Consecutively breaking 3 formations, crushing 15,000 people, using less than 15 minutes, Xiong Kuei looked below expressionlessly. His expression was also extremely ugly. The 4th square formation was already on the verge of collapsing and was not far from collapsing. One could even say that from start to finish, it didn't stop the 3,000 cavalry for even a moment. There are still 2 more, probably in less than 500 breaths. That person will be able to charge in front of us. Feng Yu's pupils instantly constricted. The Yunxiao army formation was 5,000 men in a square formation. In the center of the crescent moon formation, there were a total of 6 formations. The distance between them was 100 feet to 150 feet. It left a certain amount of space to move the troops. It also wasn't to the extent that after the front troops collapsed, it would affect the back troops and cause them to be rash. It also didn't give the enemy cavalry any space to speed up and charge. This was a really high-level formation method. However, at this moment, Feng Yu was filled with regret. If he knew that this would happen, he would have squeezed all of them together. His self-proclaimed thick middle army couldn't block the charge of the 3,000 cavalry. Then this crescent moon formation and the 2 wings squeezing and killing was just a joke. His face alternated between green and purple for a moment before Feng Yu finally spat out. Order Mu Ling and Xian Nu to attack. No matter what they used their lives to cover it up, or if they attack themselves, they must block that Zhong Yuan. And those spirit masters, what are they doing? Why haven't they attacked yet? These 3,000 Xian Mountain Iron Cavalry were too sharp, which was why they were so unstoppable. Then as long as the sharpness was wiped out and the remaining people didn't need to care. Feng Yu turned his head and looked at Xiong Kuei. The latter understood and nodded his head. At this time, you and I are in the same boat. You can move that Mu Jiang as you wish. Thinking about it, he felt uneasy. Xiong Kuei said in deep thought, my 2,000 Maniac Bear armored warriors will also be moved over. With that Zhong Yuan's unstoppable momentum, he was a little worried that the remaining 2 square formations wouldn't be able to block him. Even if those 3 Xuanwu ancestors worked together, he still wouldn't be at ease. With these 2,000 Maniac Bear armored warriors protecting the high platform, at the crucial moment, they might be able to save their lives. Chapter 214. Sharp, iron cavalry stepping on the formation, stealing the energy of the 3 armies. Looking into the distance, Li Luo couldn't help but praise. In just a few minutes, they broke 3 formations. The 4th one was about to be broken. Moreover, those 3,000 iron cavalry were still unstoppable. At this moment, the morale of the hundreds of thousands of Yunxia and Blazing Flame Alliance army was at an extremely low level. They weren't as stable as before. However, although his words were praising the black armor cavalry who were fighting hard, he was looking at Zhong Shou from the corner of his eyes. He knew that the reason why Zhong Yuan was able to be invincible and lead 3,000 iron cavalry to sweep through the enemy was because of this team. Be it the spear technique that no one could block or the technique to break the enemy formation, they were all amazing. Dan's eyes shone with a weird glow, following which her brows furrowed as she looked into the sky. It's here, only to see that in the sky above the valley, who knows when, dark clouds gathered. Balls of lightning gathered from heaven and earth. Looking at it, the winding lightning snake was as thick as a water bucket, like it was about to strike down at any moment. Dan's brows furrowed. She had already recovered a portion of her soul power and made some preparations. However, she was helpless against such a large-scale spell. Even if she tried her best, she could only reduce a portion of the strength of the lightning and was unable to scatter it. When this lightning snake landed, no matter which direction it struck, it was enough to decide the direction of the entire battle. If it was 10 miles away, it was enough to take Zhong Yuan's life. If it was here, it was enough to forcefully break the carriage formation. Just as she decided to go all out to activate the spell, she had a clear conscience. On the side of Zhong Shou, he sighed heavily like his heart was pained. Dan thought that he was sighing because the battle situation was already irreversible. However, in the next instance, Zhong Shou took out 3 pale gold talismans, reluctantly passing them over. Taking a look, Dan's and Li Luo's expressions changed. This is the energy-destroying spirit upheaval talisman. At this moment, Dan really wanted to punch Zhong Shou in the head. With this Yuan Mie upheaval talisman that was passed down from the ancient cloud desolate era, each talisman was worth 5 grade 7 beast crystals, and the method of making it had been lost. Why would he care about a mere grade 6 lightning technique? This crown prince was really a worrisome person. He had such a trump card, but he didn't take it out earlier, causing her to worry for nothing. Without any hesitation, Dan took it and guided it with her spiritual energy, activating a spirit art. The entire talisman immediately dissolved. It transformed into a 4-foot-long blue arrow, piercing through the clouds. When it was about 10,000 feet away, it suddenly exploded and shattered into countless blue light spots, covering the entire area within dozens of miles. In the next instant, the crazily dancing lightning snakes in the clouds above suddenly scattered in all directions. Even the dark clouds that had gathered gradually dissipated. Li Luo raised his head and looked at Zhong Shou with a smile filled with deep meaning. The Crown Prince really has great methods. Your strategy is outstanding. This is the first time I, Li Luo, have seen someone like you. This time, he was truly impressed. All these arrangements, all these preparations weren't for no reason. Dan's eyes were also filled with admiration. Before this, she thought that Zhong Shou was doing something without a plan, walking to his death. At this moment, she had some confidence. Be it the three-arm spiritual crossbows or this energy-destroying spirit upheaval talisman, they were both trump cards that targeted him, able to turn the situation around. It was obvious that he had come prepared today. Looking at the 3,000 cavalry breaking through several formations, having the strength to sweep over 1,000 troops, it wasn't like what she had imagined, not knowing the art of war. Zhongshou really wanted to beat his chest and stomp his feet. This energy-destroying spirit upheaval talisman was something he bought after the price of beast crystals plummeted. 3 talismans, a total of 150 grade 7 beast crystals. The overall price was even more expensive than the 4,500 sets of Blood Cloud armor he bought. Each one he used was like digging out the flesh of his heart. Although he acted rich in the past, his stingy and frugal habits in the last life couldn't be changed. It wasn't like the 3-armed spiritual crossbows, which had some use in the future. This energy-destroying spirit upheaval talisman and wind flame explosive arrow were consumable items. After they were used, it would be like throwing meat buns at a dog. Sighing, Zhongshou retracted his thoughts and focused on the black mirror. To spend less money, the key was to crush the 400,000 Alliance army in front of him. Although Ruoshui could restrict a little, with her body condition, she wouldn't be able to drag on for too long. This time, just the investment alone had cost a few hundred grade 7 beast crystals. If they still couldn't win, there would be a huge loss. Looking at Zhongshou's pained expression, Li Luo couldn't help but cover his mouth and laugh, shaking his head. His eyes focused once more on 10 miles away, his expression slowly becoming serious. When he infused his qi in his eyes, he could clearly see a few powerful qi pillars gathering in front of the high platform. If a few Xuanwu ancestors were to work together and break it, then this battle might really end in a great victory. However, if Zongyuan fell, then the few of them could only flee. When the spear in his hand pierced the throats of the last few people in the 4th square formation, Zongyuan suddenly squinted his eyes and looked out 100 feet away at that strong aura. In front of him was a 9-foot-tall, muscular man. He held a giant steel shield that was at least a grade 3 spiritual artifact in one hand and a knife in the other. Standing in front of the formation, his eyes focused coldly. The aura surged. It was the 7th meridian of the Xuanwu. He recognized this person. It was Yunxia Mountain Xianu. At this moment, nearby, there were 2 Xuanwu ancestors whose auras weren't any weaker than this person hiding within the square formation. Zongyuan still didn't have any change in his emotions, only relaxing the muscles in his body once more. Since the start of the battle, his current style was totally different from before. His actions were simple. There wasn't any excess, and he didn't waste any energy. Each spear stabbing out was really simple. Even a 6th meridian martial ancestor wouldn't be able to block such a simple stab. However, because it was quick to the extreme, it was also extremely accurate. A truly exquisite spear technique that was suitable for killing on the battlefield didn't need so many tricks. The simpler it was, the more it could take away one's life. Zongyuan understood, pretty much throwing all his energy into the battle. He only hoped that his spear could be faster and more concise. Although that prince could control his body, he couldn't control every inch of his muscles and every bit of true qi change. To make his spear faster and sharper, he could only rely on himself. Speaking of which, what was weird was that after he took the lead and broke 4 formations, it actually didn't consume much true qi in his body. The bright yellow pearl at the tip of the spear absorbed the essence energy that was injected into him, allowing him to maintain a huge amount of energy and vital energy. Even at this moment, after he destroyed another black armor square formation, he just needed a moment of rest to recover to his peak state, which was why Zongyuan was also looking forward to the battle with these few Xuanwu ancestors. His spear would reach a higher peak because of these few people. He could also clearly see the prince's spear martial path. Since he was born, in these 20-odd years, he had never felt so close to the true martial path door. He could even see that the door was already opening for him. He just needed to slightly raise his foot, and he could step in. As for life and death, he had long forgotten about it. Just like what the 3,000 Xian Mountain cavalry behind him said. Today, Zhong Yuan would die with no regrets. Fourth formation break. He hollered out with all his strength. A maniacal roar sounded out behind him. With me here, I am invincible. Kill. His roar was like that of a dragon. His aura suddenly rose. 100 feet of distance was instantly covered. Zhong Yuan's muscles instantly tensed up. The spear rotated and struck out like a venomous dragon. Numerous lightning glows gathered at the tip of the spear, exploding and expanding by a full 10 times. At this moment, a portion of the scattered lightning snakes in the sky were attracted by the spear aura and gathered around his body. After that, they crazily poured into the purple lightning spear, emitting bursts of popping sounds. Xianu, who was opposite him, had a serious expression on his face. Although he was fully focused, he didn't care much about the lightning. However, at this moment, the lightning in the sky was attracted by Zhong Yuan's strength. His face instantly turned ashen white, attracting lightning into the body. No, this is maniac lightning spear sense. However, before he could react, the purple spear had already smashed onto the shield. Numerous purple lightning flashed, instantly giving rise to a high temperature which directly melted the center of the spiritual shield. The tip of the spear also stabbed in, piercing through his chest. The exploding energy directly caused his body to explode, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. At this moment, Zhong Yuan was startled. This was spear sense. It wasn't the strength of the martial path, nor was it the sword sense he had seen from the prince. It was a true martial path sense. Using the 5 meridian external pill, a body of spiritual artifacts, and the intent of the 3,000 people behind him to display the maniac lightning spear sense in his hand. Luckily, his body had already developed instincts. Even after killing Xianu with 1 spear, his hand was still instinctively moving. When the spear attack was retracted, Zhong Yuan came to his senses. He took in a deep breath and spat out once more. Xianu has been slain. Anyone who dares to block me will be killed. The moment his words landed, 2 auras that weren't any weaker than Xianu pounced over at the same time. The wind swept, energy surged, the knife light was bright. The killing intent that pierced over caused one's skin to feel pain. Zhong Yuan scoffed. A lightning glow injected into the dragon-horned winged horse under him, stimulating the muscles of the mount. It caused it to increase its speed once more. With a leap of 20 feet, he avoided the combined attacks of the knife and sword shadows, following which the purple lightning spear in his hand stabbed out in an impossible manner. More lightning glows charged down from the sky. The spear attack was so quick that it reached the limit of what the naked eye could see, pretty much instantly arriving in front of a yellow-faced, middle-aged man. It was Blazing Flame Mountain's 7 Meridian Xuanwu Mujiang. Pretty much right away, he recognized the background of this person. Zhong Yuan's spear attack was even sharper. A swift stab of the spear, and then with a shake of the spear, the head of this person was twisted into a ball of meat and blood. To be continued. Chapter 215. At the same time, within the carriage formation, Zhong Shou was speechlessly looking at the sky, at the lightning snake that had shrunk by several times and was being drawn down by Zhong Yuan. This damn heavens, today my success is because of this lightning, and my failure is because of this lightning. Using the lightning in the sky, he was able to cleanly kill Xianu, who was famous for his unparalleled strength, in an instant. However, because of this lightning glow, he had entered the most problematic situation. It could be said that this was the only change that he didn't expect. Li Luo and Sure Dan didn't understand, thinking to themselves, that wasn't the situation, okay? Why did the Crown Prince say the word failure out of the blue? It was like he had lost all his confidence and wasn't as confident as before. They all turned their heads and looked at Zhong Shou, following which their faces were ashen white. Only that the black copper mirror in Zhong Shou's hand had turned back to a black color, The image within had totally disappeared. Thinking about it seriously, they knew what was going on. When the lightning entered his body, it most probably destroyed the talisman formations that Zhongshou drew on Zhong Yuan's fused spiritual armor and purple spears. As expected, cheap things don't have good things. If I knew that this would happen, I wouldn't have saved money. I would have bought all the grade 6 soul-controlling artifacts. I regret it so much, so much. Sherdan's face was alternating between green and white. She was so depressed that she wanted to spit out blood, thinking to herself what kind of person the person in front of her was. He had seen the hope of victory, but because he wanted to save money, he let the situation slide to an unpredictable place. It really made one speechless. Without Zhongshou's control, those 3,000 cavalry would have been swallowed up by the Yunxia and Blazing Flame City Alliance army in just a moment. That Zhong Yuan wasn't the opponent of those few Xuanwu ancestors. Zhongshou was also furious, casually tossing aside the demon artifact in his hand, following which he stood up and called out, "Shui, bring a Wind Rider full over. I want the best." Chu Shui, who was hiding in the carriage to avoid the arrows, hurriedly ran out. After hearing what was said, she was stunned. Then, she came to a realization. "Young master, you're finally preparing to escape? But what about my uncle Hu and the rest?" Zhongshou was speechless. He glared at him and said, "Nonsense. Who said I was going to run away? Prepare armor for me. Your heir is going to save someone." This battle was dangerous, but no matter what, he couldn't just sit by and watch the 3,000 armored cavalrymen die because of his miscalculation. Chu Shui stared blankly for a moment before crawling under the carriage with a bitter expression to search for the Wind Rider foals that looked rather strong. In order to avoid the arrows, the wind-winged dragon beasts and Wind Rider foals that they brought along were all stuffed under the carriage, kneeling in rows. It would take some effort to find him now. However, in just a moment, another furious roar came from 10 miles away. Mu Jiang of Blazing Flame Mountain died. The entire tens of miles around was silent once more. Samuraim's gaze suddenly congealed as he turned around and looked in that direction. The wooden bird that was circling the air had pretty much completely reflected the situation below into his soul, only to see that close to the intense battle, the tens of thousands of Yunxia Mountain soldiers were all loosening up in formation. Their auras also seemed to have dropped to the extreme. Those 3,000 armored cavalry were still unstoppable. With the strength of a flood, they stepped into the 5th black armored square formation. Rows of black armored soldiers were flattened and smashed away by the wind-winged dragon beasts. Zhong Yuan was still at the front. The path that he chose was the same as what he had thought before. In the next instance, they saw a corpse in black armor being flung up 500 feet by a huge strength. It caused everyone to raise their heads and look over. Zhong Yuan's roar once again sounded out across the battlefield. Mu Ling of Yunxia Mountain died. All the hundreds of thousands of people were speechless. At this moment, no matter which side the soldiers were on, at this moment, their eyes were filled with shock and fear. With the body of a 4 Meridian martial ancestor, in less than 15 minutes he led 3,000 iron cavalry to break through 5 formations, consecutively defeating 3 Xuanwu ancestors and killing 15,000 people. Such strong combat strength was unheard of in the Cloud Continent these few hundred years. Li Luo looked out carefully and was speechless. After a short while, he sighed slightly and bowed towards Zhongshou, showing more respect. The prince really has a good eye for people. This purple lightning spear Zhong Yuan is an unparalleled general talent. Before this, Li Luo actually underestimated him. Sherdan nodded her head slightly. Before this, I was looking down on this person and didn't expect that. This person didn't make a sound, but shocked everyone when he did. The prince let him lead the entire army and be the vanguard of the Iron Cavalry. Did you want to train him? You really put a lot of thought into this matter. Zhongshou also opened his mouth wide, unable to close it. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He knew that this Zhong Yuan's talent was actually really strong. So strong that he could go up against the 100,000 blood killer Zhao Yinran. He was even a little weaker than Shui, who had the combat martial body. However, for him to be strong to such an extent was unexpected. He just controlled his body, and this fellow actually comprehended his purple lightning spear to a level where he could kill Mu Jiang and Mu Ling, these two Xuanwu ancestors. Although he borrowed a portion of the lightning power in the air, his body was definitely able to comprehend a portion of the maniac lightning spear intent. Not only in the martial path, but he was also able to accurately find the weaknesses of the enemy formation after him. This fellow was really a general talent. An unparalleled general talent with top talents. Hearing Li Luo speak, Zhongshou came back to his senses, quickly closing his mouth and coughing, his face turning into a confident expression. He waved his hand magnanimously and smiled. You praise me too much. My subordinate does have some talent. However, this ability isn't worth mentioning. How can he be called a general talent? Li Luo and Shi Dan were speechless. What he said was a little too fake. The previous battle results were controlled by Zhongshou. However, in the end, he challenged two Xuanwu ancestors and stepped on the fifth formation without any losses. That Zhong Yuan really relied on his own ability. With such talent, if he wasn't an unparalleled general talent, then what was he? There were probably less than 5 of such geniuses in the world, and they were even fewer than Ling Wuzuan. Not only did the various major factions view it as a treasure, but even the Central Plains dynasties with vast lands and resources and countless talents under their rule, as well as the Holy Lands and spiritual houses and sects, coveted it and were incomparably envious. At this moment, this fellow was smiling so much that he couldn't close his mouth, but he was still acting. At this moment, Chu Shui also jumped onto the carriage and stood behind him. Young master, we have found the horse. Do you still want to go? I'm not going. Zhongshou shook his head regretfully. I originally wanted to show off my strength, to take the head of a general amongst 10,000 troops. It seems like it won't work. Chu Shui curled her lips, hiding her disdain. Her face was filled with praise as she looked into the distance. That Yunxia Mountain and Blazing Flame Mountain people couldn't block him at all. Brother Zhong Yuan is so majestic. It feels so good. Kill, kill, kill. Kill, kill until they cry for their parents. Do they still dare to offend our Gantian Mountain? He has already charged to the 6th formation. Young master, how did Brother Zhong Yuan suddenly become so strong? Zhongshou was a little annoyed, feeling a little jealous when he heard that. He looked at Chu Shui in disdain. Do you think he is like you? He only knows how to eat and is of no use at all. Chu Shui was instantly furious, feeling wronged, but she couldn't think of anything to retort. In the end, she viciously stepped on Zhongshou's foot, using all her strength to grind. Zhongshou couldn't help but grit his teeth, thinking to himself that this brat was trying to bite her master again. Later he would viciously smack her, and teach her a heavy lesson. How amazing! At the same time, tens of miles away, above the canyon, there was a place that no one could notice. Lei Dong also had a look of disbelief as he looked below the canyon. That Zhong Yuan is actually so amazing. I was wondering why that prince always brought him along. So this person's talent is so strong. No wonder he dared to enter this Ruohai Straits and go head-on against the 400,000 troops of Yunxia and Blazing Flame Mountain. So he had such a trump card in his hands. He took in a deep breath, his tone regaining calmness. He is a top general talent, using 3,000 iron cavalry to crush 400,000 elites. From today onwards, this world will have one more legend. Even if we can't win in the end, such an achievement is enough to shock the Cloud World. Even the Central Cloud Continent would be shocked by this. Unbelievable. At this moment, Zhao Yanran was sitting on a rock at the side. Below was a 12,000 feet high cliff. Looking down, one could only see a patch of mist wrapped around it. One couldn't see the bottom. She didn't care about it at all, her bare feet stirring up the mist. In her palm, there was a snow-white cloud bird which was continuously jumping about. However, no matter what, he was unable to escape from her palms. That anxious and helpless look only made Zhao Yanran giggle, her body trembling with joy. Lei Dong glanced at him, scolding him in his heart for being perverted. Out of all the women in this song Xingdao, this crazy woman was the most abnormal. He said expressionlessly, "Crazy woman, what do you think we should do now? Naturally, do you dare to hide it from me?" Zhao Yinran played for a while and felt bored, releasing the cloudbird. She used her hand to support her head. Great. This time, apart from the sword path one with the spirit, we actually have a buy one get one free, along with an unparalleled general talent. Luckily, my senior master has left and your uncle isn't here. However, if that's the case, we're going to have a huge fight, right? Lei Dong's face instantly twitched. He was speechless for a long time. His heart was really conflicted. What he was most worried about was that the 3 months time limit would be extended. Who knows when he would be able to see his Miss Shinru again? Zhao Yanran didn't show any pity, following which she said in deep thought, "Do you think this prince is a God Emperor candidate? Legend has it that the future God Emperor has many famous generals under him." Impossible. Lei Dong shook his head. During the Cloud Desolate era, the Cloud World God Emperor in the Prophecy of the Three Saints, based on what his teachers said, definitely couldn't be a monster. To be continued. Chapter 216. Similarly, at the border of the canyon, roughly 30 miles away from the battlefield, there was a mountain peak that was thousands of feet shorter. A white-robed, white-haired, and handsome middle-aged man clad in bright silver armor was drifting about. Each step he took covered a distance of more than 1,000 feet. He walked to the top of the short peak and then looked at the battlefield dozens of miles away. He didn't use any spells to strengthen his eyesight, but it was like he could totally disregard those dozens of miles. His eyes were shining brightly as he looked on at the battle. Beside him stood one more person who was ordered by Zhong Shou, Ruo Shui, who had left early. She was also standing tall and silently looking into the distance. On the other hand, there was a flat ground at the foot of this short mountain, and it was covered with numerous dismembered corpses. A rough count would reveal that there were actually a total of 8,000 corpses. They all held sharp weapons and wore black talisman armor. Their bodies were all really muscular. One could see that their combat strength wasn't weak when they were alive. However, at this moment, they all died in such a tragic manner. At the center of those corpses was a giant spell altar. Dozens of men dressed in spirit master attire were lying on the ground. There were no other injuries on their bodies. Only their heads were separated from their bodies. Without exception, they were all beheaded by a knife. Beside these corpses, there was a group of about 1,000 knights. They were all white shirt and white hair, wearing silver armor. Their faces that were revealed were all extremely handsome. Speaking of which, it was weird. They were all carved with patterns and were really bright and beautiful. However, it wasn't eye-catching at all. Instead, it caused these people to have a vague and indistinct feeling. If they were mixed in the crowd and looked out, they would most probably not be noticed. The war horses under them were also silver, similar to normal Windrider foals. However, outside of their skin, they were covered in a layer of natural silver scales. Their bodies were really beautiful, both light and strong. One could imagine how swift these silver-armored war horses would be when they galloped. A full 1,000 cavalry lined up in an orderly formation, quietly waiting at the foot of the mountain. No one showed any impatience. It added a solemn atmosphere at the foot of the mountain. It was like everyone had merged into the environment. They were one body. The person on the carriage is the prince. 3 years of not seeing him, and he actually grew so tall. As expected, he was made from the same mold as Junshang. However, he clearly knew that this place had already been occupied by Yunxia Mountain City and Blazing Flame Mountain City, with over 400,000 troops stationed here. Why did you come here to die? First, the middle-aged man looked at the chariot formation in the distance with a deeply puzzled expression. However, when the eyes of the silver-armored middle-aged man took in the entire battlefield, the glow in his eyes surged. It was completely different from what he had imagined, where Zhongshou and his entourage were fighting to the death, and where they had to risk their lives to rescue them. At this moment, the carriage formation was like an impregnable fortress. Although there were tens of thousands of cavalry surrounding them, the moment they got close, they would be repelled by the crossbow bolts fired from within. Most of them were ordinary arrows, mixed with some spiritual arrows that could explode with wind blades or flames. However, where the three-armed spiritual crossbows shot out, the power was extremely strong. Every time they fired, they would take the lives of hundreds of people. 10 miles away, the situation near the Alliance Army camp was even more shocking. Only to see the 3,000 mysterious armor iron cavalry were like a red iron current, rampaging about in the enemy formation. 400,000 people were unable to stop them for even a moment. Behind them, there were even more corpses lying on the ground. The white-haired middle-aged man thought that he had seen wrongly. He shook his head and looked out carefully. However, he noticed that the scene in his field of vision was still the same as before. It was still those 1,000 mysterious armor wind dragon cavalry, 2,000 mysterious armor iron cavalry elites. Among the 10,000 troops, they were invincible. As for the corpses that had already fallen, it was even more shocking. 2,000 tiger leopard cavalry, 1,000 black cloud dragon spear warriors, 10,000 black cloud elite cavalry. The elites of Yunxiao Mountain had actually fallen to such a state. There were also the corpses and broken armor of the blazing flame mountain wind chasing armor cavalry. He was obviously someone who had been through hundreds of battles. The white-haired middle-aged man closed his eyes. In just a moment, he had deduced 80 to 90% of what had happened. On the side of the carriage formation, if I'm not wrong, they should have used over 150 Kongqi sect wind flame explosive arrows. Or maybe Mingqi sect bright burning arrows. Those 3,000 cavalry should have first crushed the 50,000 cavalry of the left wing before charging at the infantry. Within 1,000 breaths, they had broken through 5 formations. Why didn't they use bows? When his eyes touched the grass in front of the crescent moon formation, which was filled with arrows, the middle-aged man understood something and took in a deep, cold breath. To be able to charge back and forth and force the enemy to continuously use bows to break their formation. What kind of pressure did this cause to the few people in charge of the troops of Yunxiao Mountain for them to do that? Then, his gaze was completely attracted by the red-armored knight, who was completely destroying the 5th black-armored square formation. To be able to slaughter 2,000 tiger leopard cavalry and break through 5 formations. As for Yang Xian and the others, they had probably already died in the hands of this arrogant black armored cavalry. Just now, he had personally seen the corpse of Yunxiao Mountain's Mu Ling being lifted up 500 feet by this person's spear, exploding into pieces in midair. Exquisite spear technique. His formation charging technique is close to several times stronger than mine. This is obviously the talent of a general. Where did the prince find such a person? No wonder he isn't afraid of the 400,000 troops of the 2 cities. However, why would such a person follow the prince? A series of questions rose up in his mind. For such a talent, there was no place for him to go. Even in the Central Dynasty, there was a place for him. In just a few short years, he could rise up to the position of a lord. Why would he serve Zhongshou? Moments later, the eyes of the white-haired middle-aged man constricted. Purple lightning spear. This person is purple lightning spear Zhong Yuan. Ruoshui, did I guess wrongly? Ruoshui was at the side and didn't say anything. She allowed the handsome middle-aged man to mutter to himself. Only now did she turn her head, blinking her eyes in shock before nodding her head. As expected, it is him. This kid. In the past, I only thought that his talent was not bad and that he was the top junior of our Sky Fox race. Who knew that he was unparalleled in formation charging? No wonder the ruler has such high hopes for him. The breathing of the white-haired middle-aged man became hurried, the veins on his hands popping out. Killing intent flashed in his eyes, his gaze like a knife, nearly turning into a physical form. Ruoshui, is this person serving the prince, or is he still serving that Zongyang father and son? If such a person was still being used by Zongyang, no matter how important this kid was to their Sky Fox race, he would kill him here. For meridians of the Earth chakra level, he was invincible on the battlefield. He could stay for a few years. In the entire Donglin cloud continent, how many people could stop him? This time, a weird expression appeared on Ruoshue's face. Thinking back to that day, the situation in Jiafu City, it was impossible for Zhong Yuan to serve that Zhong Hao and Zhong Yang father and son. However, to say that Zhong Yuan was taken in by Zhong Shou for his own use, that wasn't the case. It seemed like he was still lacking a little. Thinking about it for a moment, Ruoshue replied seriously, "Don't worry, the prince is really strong, really amazing." She was afraid that the other party wouldn't believe her, especially emphasizing her words, "Stronger than you and me, much stronger." The white-haired middle-aged man was startled, thinking to himself that this reply didn't seem to match the horse's mouth. The prince had a dual meridian body and was unable to cultivate. What did she mean by saying he was strong, much stronger? This Zhong Yuan is actually an unparalleled general seed. Within the canyon, this was already the fourth person, and he was muttering to himself in shock. However, the face of the owner of this voice was ashen white. Xiong Kuei leaned beside the wooden railing, staring down. Those 3,000 mysterious armor iron cavalry were less than 400 feet away from the wooden platform. In front of them was a 5,000 Yunxia City black armor square formation. Next was the 2,000 maniac bear armored warriors behind. However, looking at the situation, their morale was extremely low. The soldiers within the Yunxia City square formation were all in despair. It was obvious that they didn't have any confidence in being able to block the charge of the Iron Cavalry. They only relied on the discipline and obedience formed from long-term training to hold on and prevent the formation from collapsing. Even the 2,000 Berserk Bear armored warriors under his command were somewhat nervous. These strongest elites of Blazing Flame Mountain were mentally tough. However, at this moment, they didn't have much fighting spirit. Instead, they were more solemn and had the heart to fight to the death. The bear race loved to fight. They would only act like that when facing an opponent that they couldn't win against. Damn it! Damn it! Muling, Xianu, how useless. The three of them working together actually couldn't kill a 4-meridian martial ancestor. What use do I have for them? Feng Yu suddenly punched out, smashing the wooden railing in front of him into pieces. Xiong Kuei came back to his senses and looked to the side. Although the other party was scolding him, his eyes were filled with pain and also some fear. This heir of Yunxia Mountain, who had always been known for being unyielding, was actually feeling fear. Xiong Kuei didn't have any intention to mock him. In just a short moment, he consecutively stabbed 3 Xuanwu ancestors. He was also a little afraid. He was afraid of that man who was wearing red armor and holding a purple spear, looking like he couldn't win. It isn't that they are useless, but that Zhong Yuan is too strong. How terrifying! Feng Yu let out a humph. He was a bit irritated as he paced back and forth on the high platform. Then, he looked behind him. What's going on with those spirit masters? Why did they only send out lightning and not do anything? It is indeed a little weird. I think something must have happened. In Xiong Kuei's chest, a bad feeling rose up, his heart pounding. He wasn't willing to think about it. Changing the topic, before, since you could force him to kneel on the ground, why didn't you kill that Zhong Yuan? If you killed him earlier, why would things have ended up like this? You have to be able to kill him first. Feng Yu's brows furrowed, his fists tightly clenched, blood seeping out from his gums. No wonder that Zhong Weiran went all out to save him, even though he knew that Zhong Yang had raised him up. At that time, who would have thought that this person who had no hope of breaking through to Xiantian would have such a talent? Chapter 217. It is useless to say anything now. In the future, as long as Gantian Mountain has this person, we won't have to worry about being wiped out. However, his spear technique actually contains maniac lightning spear intent. In Donglin Cloud Continent, there are less than 50 people who can deal with him. Those ascended ancestors can attack, and it would be tough to assassinate him. Who knows if that Zongyang father and son would feel heart-pained when they find out. Raising this wolf cub, in the end it still benefited that Zhong Shou. Xiong Kuei's brows furrowed, wanting to say something, but in the end it turned into a sigh. Why am I worried about them? If we can't block now, you and I will be in danger. Feng Yu gritted his teeth, his face dark and sunken, thinking to himself that Zhong Yuan was risking his life in front of the formation. He didn't know what he was doing. He most probably didn't listen to the orders of that Zongyang father and son. However, this matter had nothing to do with him. Taking a deep breath, this Zhong Yuan is unparalleled in terms of formation charging. Till date, both our armies are unable to block him. Even if 3 Xuanwu ancestors work together, they were unable to block him. The remaining 2 formations wouldn't be able to block him either. Should we send more people over from the right wing? Till date, our Yunxia Mountain has lost 3 Xuanwu ancestors. Tiger Leopard Cavalry, Black Cloud Cavalry, Black Cloud Dragon Spear Warriors. More than 20,000 elites had all been buried here. Your Blazing Flame Mountain City can't just not do anything. When Xiong Kuei heard that, his eyes squinted dangerously. Brother Feng, aren't your words a little too much? Since the start of the war, till date, our Blazing Flame Mountain has also suffered heavy casualties. The wind-chasing armor cavalry is all dead. We also have 2 Xuanwu ancestors, 1 dead and 1 injured. Our losses aren't much less than yours. Thinking about the cavalry army that died under the wind flame exploding arrows, Xiong Kuei couldn't help but feel stuffy in his chest, wanting to spit out blood. The angles of those arrows were really tricky. It could be said that they wiped out the most elite heavy armored cavalry under him. Close to 16,000 of them died, and out of those injured, at least half of them couldn't recover. After a few breaths of time, Xiong Kuei was barely able to calm his mind. At this moment, although he was somewhat dissatisfied with this Feng Yu, he still had some misgivings. He deliberated his tone and said, Brother Feng, you don't need to worry. You also know the combat power of the 2,000 wild bear armored warriors under my command. The thing they are least afraid of is the charge of armored cavalry. After breaking through 6 formations, even if these Xian Mountain armored cavalry still had energy left, they were like arrows at the end of their flight, unable to break through. I bet they will return in defeat. Even if that Zhong Yuan is unparalleled in breaking formations and can break my wild bear armored warriors, he will certainly suffer heavy casualties. Moreover, I'm afraid it's too late now. At this moment, 1,000 feet away, the 3,000 mysterious armored cavalry had already crossed a distance of 14 feet. They once again accelerated to the limit and crashed into the last black armored square formation. The horse hooves were like thunder, drowning out the sound of weapons clashing. Those iron-armored wind-winged dragon beasts that swarmed over were like a surging wave. Just the momentum alone caused hundreds of armored soldiers who were waiting to fly away. It was like breaking through rotten bamboo, breaking in just a breath. It caused the formation to show signs of collapsing. Xiong Kuei's face couldn't help but turn ashen white. In his heart, he was filled with regret. If he knew that this would happen, he wouldn't have moved his wild bear armored warriors over. As for Feng Yu, a trace of anger flashed in his eyes, following which he silently took several steps back. The few attendants beside him immediately understood what he meant. They hurriedly left and led the dozens of war horses to the bottom of the high platform. Coincidentally, at this moment, the 2 of them felt a killing intent strike over. When they looked out, they saw that the killing intent came from below the high platform. 1,000 feet away, the red armored cavalry appeared in front of the 3,000 iron cavalry, his aura surging into the heavens. The dragon-horned winged horse under him was like it was in an unstoppable realm, charging in the thousands of elite troops. A pair of cold eyes looked over coldly, causing Feng Yu and Xiong Kuei to feel a chill run down their spines. The former couldn't help but think back to the words he said a few days ago. He seemed to have said in front of this person that the next time they met on the battlefield, he would take this Zhong Yuan's head and make it into a drowning vessel. However, the current situation was such that he didn't even dare to have a head-on battle with this person. This Zhong Yuan, after being silent for 3 years, exploded out today. He was invincible in battle formations, an unparalleled general talent. The light was so bright that he felt like it was piercing to the eye. 6 formation, break. Today, horses trample 1,000 troops. Kill, kill, kill. A series of shouts, pretty much like one. Majestic and heroic, passionate surging. The will of the people as a stronghold. If before, when Zhong Yuan hollered out, horses trample 1,000 troops, it was to boost their courage, then at this moment, the 3,000 Xian Mountain Cavalry truly had the heroic spirit of trampling 1,000 troops. Pretty much everyone's body was filled with fighting spirit. Their minds were like steel, their blood boiling. They didn't feel tired at all. The 6 formation was broken, and there were only 2,000 maniac bear armored warriors left. They were all close to 10 feet tall, their bodies extremely muscular. Who knows how many layers of armor they wore on their bodies, covering their entire bodies. Their hands held giant double-edged axes that were the size of doors. There were also 5 small axes at their waist for them to throw. Even the collapse of the Yunxia Mountain soldiers in front of them, who could be said to be elites, didn't shake their resolve at all. They calmly and seriously focused their attention over. Between the two armies, there were roughly 300 feet, which was the distance where the axes could be thrown to display power. Zhong Yuan's eyes flashed slightly. The dragon-horned winged horse below didn't speed up, instead slowing down by a little. He reached out with his left hand, first spreading out his 5 fingers and waving it forward. Then he clenched his fist and punched out. Hu Zhongyuan knew that this was the hand signal that Zhong Shou gave to the back, but he didn't know what it was about. Tan Tao understood, hollering out, split into 2 groups, spread out, and chase away the enemy. Immediately, there were 2 groups charging at the front. Around 600 mysterious armor elite cavalry spread out in all directions. They formed a fan shape, chasing the scattered Yunxia Mountain soldiers towards the maniac bear armored warrior square formation. Just as they chased 120 feet, the maniac bear armored warrior commander seemed to know that the situation wasn't good, giving out an order without hesitation. Instantly, close to 1,000 3-foot-long hatchets were tossed out. Wherever the rolling blade lights passed, the heads of nearly 1,000 soldiers would be separated from their bodies. After the second wave of axes, pretty much all the scattered soldiers were cleared out. However, in that instance, Zhong Yuan, who had already galloped 100 feet away, and the many mysterious mountain-armored cavalry, he once again urged the horse to speed up and charge over. Those maniac bear armored warriors were too late to pull out their axes. They could only roar out, waving their door-sized giant axes and furiously chopping forwards. A snow-white axe light suddenly lit up. Zhong Yuan scoffed coldly, not bothering at all. The purple lightning spear in his hand exploded, and all the lightning gathered at the tip of the spear exploded out, spreading 1,000 feet around. Although the lightning became weaker the further it went, it still caused the wild bear armored warriors who were about to raise their axes to chop down to feel their bodies become slightly numb. In just that moment of pause, those fierce dragon-like mysterious armor cavalry directly smashed into the front of the formation. Numerous spear shadows stabbed out. Along with the galloping of the horses, they became even sharper and sharper. In an instant, 500 maniac bear armored warriors were stabbed to death on the spot. Some of the stronger ones even tossed the corpses to the back of the enemy formation. The charge of the Iron Cavalry was still unstoppable, drowning out everything. In just a dozen breaths, Zhong Yuan had already passed through these 2,000 heavy armor formations. Maniac bear armored warriors are just SOSO. 7th formation, break. The 3,000 mysterious armor cavalry behind all laughed out loud when they heard that. They are indeed just so unable to take a single blow. What maniac bear armored warriors? Today we will kill them like dogs. They are so weak. How can they be called elites? There are 400,000 people here. In my eyes, they're just some grass. With the general leading us, the 3,000 armored cavalry of Xian Mountain will definitely flatten them today. Hu Zhongyuan kept silent at the back, feeling a little jealous. Be it the maniac bear armored warriors or the tiger leopard cavalry, they were all top elites that had caused Gantian Mountain to suffer a huge loss. Even the mysterious armor wind dragon cavalry that was said to be on the same level as them was actually a little weaker. They were obviously so afraid before, but now they were trembling, thinking to himself that they could just brag about themselves. In the future, without the prince leading them, they would still show themselves. He looked once more at Zhong Yuan and swept behind him, at the messy battlefield that was covered in corpses. He couldn't help but sigh. The tens of thousands of cavalry behind were chasing right behind them. The distance between the two armies was just 1,000 to 400 feet. However, at this moment, since they didn't have the slightest chance of breaking through the middle army, the tens of thousands of cavalry behind them were naturally of no threat. At this moment, no one could block the sharpness of the 3,000 cavalry. The enemy couldn't take down the carriage formation. Even if they couldn't win today's battle, they wouldn't lose. He didn't know that the talisman formations on Zhong Yuan's body had all lost their effectiveness. Only that from start to finish, it was all done by Zhong Shou. That prince was able to control Zhong Yuan's body from afar and was already so overpowered. Once he broke through to the martial ancestor, or even the mysterious realm, and commanded 10,000 troops. How strong would that be? So apart from the prince's sword path being one with the spirit, his spear and formation charging techniques were also so amazing. Could this be the so-called peerless talent of a general? He is pretty much invincible. His words were praising Zhong Shou, but the Xian Mountain City cavalry beside him didn't know what he meant. Their eyes lit up and they all hollered out. Invincible purple lightning, unparalleled formation charging. Their voices were like tiger roars and thunder, shaking the wilderness. Even the calmest Tan Tao's eyes shone with a weird light. Actually, at this moment, the one who should enjoy the cheers and respect should be the prince. In his life, he had never seen such a sharp person, grabbing every opportunity and making the most of it. Such a person was born to be invincible on the battlefield. Zhong Yuan acted like he didn't hear anything, only staring at the roughly 300 feet high platform not far away. Chapter 218. In the distance, he could see two people jumping down from the high platform. After riding on two majestic windrider foals, they started to crazily flee into the camp. Below the high platform, there were only 400 to 500 personal troops. Their faces were ashen green, along with a few thousand soldiers guarding the camp, blocking outside of the camp. However, at this moment, they formed up in a rush, their hearts filled with panic and fear, pretty much in a mess. When Zhong Yuan saw the situation, his eyes couldn't help but show a cold disdain, his heart filled with disappointment. These two people didn't even dare to join hands to fight him. 2 years ago, even if he knew that he was going to die, he didn't even take a step back in front of Feng Yu's knife. Was such a person worthy of being on the same level as him? Then, like an electric current flashed across his brain, he thought back to a few days ago when Zhong Shou was in Jiefu City and said those words to him. He wanted to chop off the heads of Xiong Kuei and Feng Yu and make them into urinals. Not only in Jiefu City, that day when he lost his soul, he said it. Today before the battle, when he was feeling down, the prince had also mentioned it. However, at that time, he thought that Zhong Shou was joking and didn't treat it as real. At this moment, his blood couldn't help but boil, his heart filled with excitement. His prince really did what he said, never saying any false words, saying that he wanted him to personally chop off the heads of these two people. It gave him a chance. In an instant, numerous scenes surged into his mind. 2 years ago, he was crazily chopped by Feng Yu's sword on the battlefield, suppressing him until he couldn't take it anymore and could only kneel on the ground. Also, during these 2 years, those prickly words that caused him to have no face to meet people. Even those ugly words of the two people in Jiefu City. Zhong Yuan couldn't help but laugh. At this moment, he didn't care much about life and death, honor and disgrace. However, these few years of depression were simply too much. If he didn't take the heads of these two people, Wouldn't he be letting down the prince's good intentions? Kill! Ferociously urging the horse, causing the dragon-horned winged horse to speed up once more. Zhong Yuan, one man and one spear, didn't stop at all as he smashed into the camp gate. These few thousand armored soldiers were defeated in a single strike. Even if Feng Yuxiong's personal troops tried their best to stop them, it was still futile. 3,000 cavalrymen trampled on the ground, but before they could even cause a slightly larger wave, they were completely crushed and drowned. Zhong Yuan's spear also smashed the several zhang tall wooden gate into pieces. Then, the black-armored cavalry swarmed in like a tide. He continued to chase after the two people who were escaping. At this time, Feng Yu and Xiong Kuei had already completely lost their minds. They no longer had the calm demeanor of a prince from before. Although the Wind Rider foals they rode on were all variants that had entered the Grade 4 realm, they were still extremely weak. Originally, they thought that even if they couldn't win, they could still escape. However, the dragon-horned winged horse that Zhong Yuan was riding seemed to have gone mad for some reason. Its speed was almost 40% faster than theirs. He would only need a few dozen breaths to cover the distance of 1,000 feet. His grandmother. They are running really fast. Xiongyu looked behind him, his eyes extremely dark and sunken. His body was tall and sturdy. As for the other races of Xiong tribe, their weight was several times that of the Wind Wolf race. Even if he was riding on a Grade 4 mutated Wind Rider foal, he was still tens of horse lengths behind Fengyu. He originally didn't have any fighting spirit, and he knew it in his heart. With his Zhong Yuan as the commander, the 3,000 Xian Mountain Iron Cavalry could sweep and trample thousands of troops. To take the head of one person out of 10,000 was like taking something out of a bag. On their side, out of the 6 Xuanwu masters, 1 was heavily injured and 4 were dead. There was also no news of the 2 return to Sun Spirit masters. The army was terrified, and their morale was low. At this moment, even if 400,000 people were piled up together, they might not be able to block the enemy from killing them. Furthermore, the 2 of them looked like they were working together, but they were divided at heart. They didn't have any chance to reorganize the army. Their original plan was to use the cover of the camp to escape from behind. Anyways, the enemy only had 3,000 men. 400,000 people, no matter how they killed, they wouldn't be able to kill much. Now that they scattered, it would instead allow more people to escape from this rawhide straits. On the other hand, if he died here, then he would have nothing left. However, if he continued to chase like this, before he could even escape out of the camp, he would be killed by Zhong Yuan, who chased up from behind with a spear. His eyes rolled, and Xiong Kuei hesitated slightly. He directly turned his horse around and galloped in another direction with a few servants beside him. There were still 100,000 infantry troops there. As long as this Zhong Yuan didn't chase, he would be able to protect his life. However, this action was slightly risky. However, since he was going to die either way, why not take a gamble? After separating from Fengyu, Xiong Kuei galloped another 50 to 60 feet before looking back once more, only to see that Zhong Yuan, who chased up coldly, looked at him and didn't bother about him. He continued to chase after Fengyu. This caused Xiong Kuei to heave a sigh of relief from the bottom of his heart. He thought to himself that he was lucky. Luckily, the person who forced Zhong Yuan to kneel 2 years ago wasn't him. The distance of 1,000 feet was reduced to less than 60 feet in an instant. Fengyu seemed to know that he wouldn't be able to escape. After galloping for a short while, he lost all hope. He suddenly hollered out, jumping off the horse and directly slashing behind him with his sword. 2 years ago, I made you kneel and beg for mercy. 2 years later, I can still kill you. Leopard leaving sword, slash. A 7-foot-long giant sword. Just the wind that it brought about when it was waved was enough to destroy all the tents and wooden stakes within 1,000 feet. As for the ground beneath Fengyu, it had also suddenly sunk by a full 2 feet. It caused the entire 500 feet of flat land to cave in. When this sword slashed out, it was a full 3 million kilograms of strength. The sword's shadow was like the wind, arriving in an instant. It brought with it a series of afterimages as it slashed in front of Zhong Yuan. Zhong Yuan didn't even blink. If it was 2 hours ago, he wouldn't be able to do anything. If it was 2 hours ago, Feng Yu's sword, even if he went all out, he could only avoid death. At this moment, in his eyes, it wasn't worth mentioning at all. Even if he couldn't, the prince who controlled his body could easily take this person's life. The spear in his hand simply flicked, using exquisite strength, a spear flower trembling. It caused the giant sword in Feng Yu's hand to fly out hundreds of feet. Following which, when the dragon-horned winged horse flew past, Zhong Yuan swiftly pulled out his cavalry knife and slashed down, causing Feng Yu's head to fly high into the air. Following which the purple lightning spear in his hand flashed once more, bringing the head back, only to see that Feng Yu's eyes were still staring furiously. His pupils still hadn't scattered, like he still had consciousness. Apart from a little loss, it was filled with hatred and unwillingness. Zhong Yuan was too lazy to care about him, hanging Feng Yu's head on his waist. However, in his heart, he was secretly puzzled. What he had done just now was actually his own thoughts. She thought that the crown prince wouldn't be so senseless, but he did it as a matter of course. He tried to wave his limbs, and, as expected, he could move freely. Moments later, he didn't have any more doubts. He had probably won the battle, and his prince didn't control his body anymore. At this moment, the Xian Mountain City cavalry who followed closely behind him were all silent. Before this, when they followed Zhong Yuan to charge into the formation, they were in total despair, only having thoughts of dragging one person down with them. Until Zhong Yuan led them to crush the 50,000 cavalry and slay Yang Xian. They were shocked. Only then did a little hope rise up in their hearts. Towards the end, they broke through 7 formations in a row. Even the famous black cloud dragon spear warriors and wild bear armored warriors were trampled under the horses' hooves. It was as if flames were rising in their chests. However, when they personally saw Feng Yu's head being chopped off by Zhong Yuan, they didn't know what to do all of a sudden. Disbelief and joy surged into the depths of their hearts, and they were unable to react all of a sudden. They only felt that everything in front of them was in a daze. They didn't dare to believe that such terrifying battle results were personally created by them. Out of all of them, only Tan Tao kept calm. First, he took in a deep breath, and then he hollered, "Feng Yu has been killed. My Xian Mountain is mighty." That voice was filled with internal energy, and it actually shook the wilderness. Only then did the 3,000 mysterious armor cavalry come back to their senses. Then, they crazily hollered out, "Today my black mountain armored cavalry is invincible." They all looked towards Zhong Yuan with respect and admiration in their eyes. They all raised up their spears and knives, paying their respects. Purple lightning is invincible. Donglin is unparalleled. The shouts of the 3,000 people gathered, their voices shaking tens of miles. Outside of the barracks, the faces of the many troops from the Yunxia Mountain City were all ashen. Some of the generals were silent. They did not hesitate for even a moment as they led their subordinates and frantically rushed towards the other end of the gorge. Hundreds of thousands of troops actually scattered like stars. Although they didn't throw away their armor and helmets, they were running like wolves and pigs, making it seem really chaotic. Even the people of Blazing Flame Mountain had expressions of fear and trepidation on their faces as well. Their crown prince was with Feng Yu, and Feng Yu was dead. Then was their crown prince dead or alive? The 30,000 cavalry who originally surrounded the carriage formation all retreated. At this moment, Xiong Kuei had coincidentally run out of the barracks from the other side. 2,000 feet out was his 100,000 troops. The tens of thousands of cavalry in the distance were swiftly drawing close. Xiong Kuei instantly heaved a sigh of relief, thinking that he was already safe. He couldn't help but turn his head, his eyes filled with melancholy as he looked behind the barracks. That Feng Yu actually died, just like that? What a waste. In the future, Yunxia Mountain will have no one to take over. He was shaking his head, trying to hide into the cavalry army. Xiong Kuei suddenly had an idea, turning his head and looking to his right. only to see that in that direction, who knows when a thin mountain mist had spread out, covering hundreds of miles and swiftly spreading all about. Xiong Kuei's brows furrowed, following which he thought about something, his face instantly turning ashen white. Then, in the next moment, he heard thunderous sounds of hooves approaching rapidly. Chapter 219. Xiong Kuei's eyes lost focus. When the rumbling thunder got closer and closer, a bunch of silver-armored cavalry finally appeared hundreds of feet away. First, there were 3 to 5 people. Their bodies were blurry like a cloud, striking over. After a short while, more and more silver-armored knights appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Xiong Kuei's eyes were filled with despair. Gantia Mountain Black Fox Iron Cavalry. At this moment, they couldn't even escape. When those 1,000 cavalry galloped, a whirlwind blew beside all the silver war horses. The wind helped the horse speed, like there was no resistance at all as they galloped swiftly. Their galloping speed was no slower than the mutated windrider foal he was riding on. In front of this bunch of silver-armored cavalry, a majestic middle-aged man in bright silver armor, holding a horse-slaying knife, was slowly galloping over. Xiong Kuei's face couldn't help but turn ashen white. In the end, he rolled his eyes and totally gave up on escaping. He decisively tossed aside the axe in his hand, raising his hands up high like he was surrendering. When the middle-aged man saw that, his eyes squinted, showing a surprised expression. A moment later, he regained his cold and cruel expression. The knife attack in his hand didn't stop at all. When his body flashed past, the knife shadow flashed slightly, changing into the back of the knife, heavily smashing onto Xiong Kuei's head, directly sending him flying hundreds of feet. He fainted on the ground. And when these 1,000 silver-armored knights gradually slowed down their horses, the silver-armored knights began to slow down. The surrounding cavalry and infantry troops of Blazing Flame Mountain all stopped in their tracks. No one dared to even take a step closer. That handsome general in silver armor didn't seem to care about the hundreds of thousands of infantry and cavalry troops that were less than 400 miles away. He leisurely rode his horse and came in front of Xiong Kuei. He directly captured the prince of Blazing Flame Mountain in his hands. This confrontation of over 100 times the difference in numbers only lasted for a short while before the soldiers of Blazing Flame Mountain City began to retreat, no longer bothering with them. However, it was different from the hundreds of thousands of scattered troops of Yinxia Mountain. Within this Blazing Flame Mountain army, there were people who could take charge. Even if they retreated, they were still in an orderly manner. The handsome middle-aged man didn't bother, just waiting coldly. In just a moment, 3,000 mysterious armor cavalry charged out from the nearby camp gates. The person leading them was Zhong Yuan. When he saw the 1,000 Black Fox Iron Cavalry, Zhong Yuan's expression instantly changed. Hesitating for a moment, he ordered the Xian Mountain City Cavalry to stop their horses. Then he walked up to the stalwart middle-aged man alone. He bowed on the horse and said, "Nephew Zhong Yuan pays his respects to uncle." Only then did the middle-aged man's face turn warm. Sizing up Zhong Yuan, his expression complicated. Maniac lightning spear sense. Unparalleled formation charging. No wonder the ruler would always protect you. After today, you, Zhong Yuan, can be considered to have made a name for yourself. 3,000 steel cavalry defeated 400,000 Yunxia and Raging Flame allied forces. The name of the purple lightning spear would definitely shake the entire Donglin cloud continent. If my big brother was here, he would most likely be extremely gratified. However, since you have this ability, then you should use it on the right path. Zhong Hao and Zhong Yang, that pair of father and son, are both treacherous people. If you follow them, sooner or later, you will be sold out by them. When he said those last few sentences, a sharp glow flashed in the eyes of the handsome middle-aged man. However, when he saw that even when he insulted Zhong Hao and Zhong Yang, he still didn't react, only then did he reveal a shocked expression. Could it be that this guy had really sided with the crown prince? With Zhong Yuan's personality, it was weird for him to betray him. To join Zhong Shou, who couldn't cultivate, was even more surprising. Zhong Yuan kept silent. When he heard those words, the name of the purple lightning spear would definitely shake the entire Donglin cloud continent. He felt a bitter taste in his mouth. He didn't pay attention to the words that followed. In the battle today, other people only saw that his purple lightning spear was invincible, trampling over 1,000 troops and wiping away his humiliation. However, who would know that all of this was actually happening? It was all under the control of the Crown Prince. The moment he left Zhong Shou's side and fought with others, he would definitely reveal his true colors. However, shortly after he was pumped up, Zhong Yuan's eyes shone with an extremely intense glow. Although it wasn't done by him, what he learned from today's battle exceeded his imagination. One day, he would be able to live up to his name. It definitely wouldn't give up. He would personally kill those two people, that bastard called Zhong Hao, under his spear. The handsome middle-aged man found it weird. A few breaths ago, this Zhong Yuan was really depressed, totally unlike the person who had just led 3,000 cavalry to crush 40 enemy troops. He didn't have any joy, nor did he have any gleeful expression. Instead, he seemed really depressed. However, in just a moment, his fighting spirit rose up, making one confused. However, he was too lazy to bother, curling his lips as he tilted his head and looked in the direction of the carriage formation. Following which he expressionlessly said, "I don't care what you Zhong Yuan are planning by joining the prince. However, if one day you dare to harm the prince, even if you Zhong Yuan have grasped the maniac lightning spear sense, I will personally take your life. The battle here has ended. If you don't have any intentions to chase, you can follow me to meet the prince." Zhong Yuan's brows furrowed as he looked at the hundreds of thousands of scattered troops who were retreating towards the mouth of the canyon, as well as the Xian mountain cavalry, who were showing signs of exhaustion. Thinking about it for a moment, he didn't hesitate to follow behind Zhong Gang towards the carriage formation. Within the carriage formation, at this moment, all the people drilled out of the carriages and climbed onto the roof, looking 10 miles out. The images were really blurry. However, one could roughly see the situation there. Especially when Tan Tao said that Feng Yu had been killed, it sounded out tens of miles away. Even on the side of the carriage formation, it could be clearly heard. Everyone's eyes were burning as they looked on, looking at this close to miraculous scene. Especially those 1,000 Xian Mountain City elite cavalry who stayed behind. They were all envious and jealous, filled with regret. What they regretted the most was that they weren't chosen to participate in the charge and become one of the 3,000 Iron Cavalry. Iron Cavalry charging, unstoppable. To be able to participate in such a feat, even if they died in battle, they would feel honored. "We actually won." Li Luo's eyelids jumped, following which he laughed bitterly. "What happened today is like what the prince said. We will become a legend in the Cloud Continent." Retracting his gaze, Li Luo glanced at Zhong Shou. He saw Feng Zhengzheng sitting there calmly, as if he had nothing to do with himself. He was mumbling to himself, as if he was calculating something. Listening carefully, Zhong Shou spat out a series of numbers. What wind flame explosive arrows, 440 deaths, how much compensation was needed? There was also an energy-destroying spirit upheaval talisman. How much was it worth? And also the armor and spiritual artifacts. How much were they worth? He was actually calculating the losses of this battle. In the end, when he calculated that he had used close to 200 grade 7 beast crystals, Zhong Shou's face was filled with pain. If this money came from Gantian Mountain, he naturally wouldn't care. However, this investment was from his private stash. Who knows, when he became the Monster King in the future, would he be able to reimburse it? Li Luo and Shi Dan were speechless, thinking that this future Gantian Mountain Monster King was really a piece of work. The latter hesitated for a moment before returning the remaining 2 energy-destroying spirit upheaval talismans. She knew that she wouldn't be able to get this item from such a strong enemy. The former shook his head and continued to look into the distance. "Congratulations, Prince. Your city's Black Fox Iron Cavalry has arrived." The victory of this battle is already set, and there is no chance of it turning around. If we chase with all our strength, even if we can't wipe out the 400,000 Alliance army, we will be able to cause heavy losses to Blazing Flame Mountain and Yunxia Mountain. Not mentioning the cavalry, we will be able to kill half of the tens of infantry. Hearing the words Black Fox Iron Cavalry, Zhongsho came back to his senses and looked into the distance. As expected, a full 1,000 silver armored cavalry and the 3,000 Xian Mountain cavalry were slowly rushing over. They were all silver chainmail, shining brightly. The war horse under them was obviously a variant of the Wind Rider foal, a silver-scale wind-stepping beast. Its speed was only slightly slower than the Wind Rider foal. Zhongsho couldn't help but take in a deep cold breath, looking into the distance. This group of silver-armored cavalry were all dual cultivators, and they were all from the fox race. Among them, there were 3 Xuanwu Ancestral Masters and 20 Martial Ancestral Masters. No wonder there were only 1,000 of them. Out of the elites of Donglin Cloud Continent, they were ranked in the top 3. In the west of Donglin Cloud Continent, they had never lost. Before this, he was still finding it weird why the Spirit Masters of Yunxia and Blazing Flame City didn't do anything. Ruoshui alone couldn't be so strong. It seems like they were most probably wiped out by the Black Fox Iron Cavalry. His original plan was to defeat these 400,000 people and call it a day. However, if he had such an elite cavalry in his hands, he had some confidence in keeping at least half of the 400,000 people. However, thinking about it carefully, Zhongsho decisively shook his head, tossing aside this temptation. These people are all from a monster race and will be my subordinates in the future. Even if I force a portion of them to surrender, I don't have so many men to take care of these prisoners. Moreover, I don't have so much free time now. Li Luo and Shi Dan were startled. This prince really boasted shamelessly. He hadn't even become the monster king of Gantian Mountain and already treated the people of Yunxia Mountain and Blazing Flame Mountain as his own people. However, when they thought about Zhongsho's age, his top sword skills, and how he controlled Zhong Yuan to charge at the formation, they were speechless. All right, there was also Zhong Yuan, who was an unparalleled general seed. Once he grew, in just a few years, no one in the Donglin Cloud Continent would be able to compete with him on the battlefield. In the Donglin Cloud Continent, since the D dynasty was destroyed a few thousand years ago, it had been in chaos for close to 4,000 years. Were the cities of the various countries going to be unified once more in the hands of Zhongsho? The two of them couldn't help but let their thoughts run wild. Zhong Yuan didn't care, focusing on the front. The 3,000 Xian Mountain Cavalry and Black Fox Iron Cavalry all stopped when they were 500 feet away from the carriage formation. The leader Zhong Yuan and another handsome middle-aged man walked over together. Chapter 220. The two of them were extremely quick. In just one jump, they were on top of the carriage, half kneeling towards Zhongsho. Zhong Yuan silently knelt. Zhong Gang first heavily bowed. Black Fox Iron Cavalry Commander Zhong Gang greets the prince. When he raised his head once more, his eyes were really focused as he looked closely at Zhongsho. His eyes were actually a little misty. Little Shou, we haven't met in 3 years, right? You are so tall and look like the ruler. You are a man. Don't worry. With me here, no one in this world will dare to touch you. You don't need to be afraid anymore. Were you bullied these few days? It is my fault. The ruler wasn't here, and I wasn't able to take care of you. If I knew that Lingyun's sect would go back on their words, I wouldn't have rushed to the Oblivion Cloud Ocean to see what was going on. As he said that, he couldn't help but choke up, his hand hitting his chest like he was filled with regret. When Li Luo heard that, he couldn't help but laugh. She thought to herself, how could this audacious guy beside me be afraid? He was pretty much a beast that hid all his claws and teeth, pretending to be a sheep. Only when one got close could one feel how terrifying he was. However, this commander of the Black Fox Iron Cavalry was indeed an interesting person, just like the rumors said. Zhong Gang continued to talk to himself like he wanted to vent all his sadness in front of Zhong Yuan. Zhongsho was helpless. He also knew that this person was one of the most trusted people under Zhong Weiran. Not only did he control the Black Fox Iron Cavalry, but he was also the commander of the 20,000 personal troops of Gantian Mountain. His identity was also his race uncle. He had long heard that although this person was really smart and unparalleled on the battlefield, sometimes his personality was a little weird. However, he didn't expect that this person would be so weird to such an extent. He decided to just open his eyes, his soul flying out of his head to comprehend the runes in his mind. Until 15 minutes later, when Zhong Gang's voice slowly stopped, did he come back to his senses. His eyes were also wet, his eyeballs turning red as he said emotionally, "Uncle Lon, please get up. With Uncle Lon here, I can finally feel at ease. If I take over the throne in the future, I will have many things to rely on. I just hope that Uncle Lon won't find me annoying." Hearing those words, the others didn't think much of it. Chu Shui blinked in surprise. She also looked at Zhong Shou carefully. He thought to himself that his own crown prince was actually so good at pretending. The rest of the people, especially Tan Tao, who had rushed over later, also rolled their eyes. Zhong Gang didn't feel anything, retracting his tears and standing up. His eyes were sharp. "How can I find it annoying? Jun Shan's kindness to me is as heavy as a mountain. In this lifetime, it will be difficult to repay it. If the crown prince needs anything, just let me, Zhong Gang, do it. The enemy of the prince is the enemy of Zhong Gang. Whoever dares to harm the prince, Zhong Gang will be the first to kill him." After he finished speaking, he scanned the crowd with his tiger eyes. His expression was incomparably sharp, forcing everyone to avert their gazes. Only when he looked at Li Luo and Shi Dan did he reveal a surprised expression. He didn't understand why with their strength they would protect Zhong Shou, following which he didn't care anymore. After scoffing, he gave out 2 warning gazes. Only then did he press his knife and stand behind Zhong Shou, acting like he was his personal guard. Zhong Shou's lips couldn't help but twitch. Being stood behind by this 8 Meridian Xuanwu fellow who was a martial cultivator, he only felt a sense of discomfort all over his body. If this person behind him suddenly attacked, even if he wasn't on guard, he wouldn't be able to escape unscathed. He really wasn't willing to let such a person who he couldn't fully trust occupy his position. This Zhong Gang might be loyal to that cheap father of his, but he might not be so to him. Whether or not those words were an act, or if he was sincere, it was tough to know. However, at this moment, it wasn't good for him to reject. Zhong Shou could only shake his head slightly and bear with it. He continued to look at Zhong Yuan, who was still half kneeling in front of him. Looking at him calmly for a moment, seeing that he wasn't impatient at all, he smiled. "Well done. No, it should be a pleasant surprise. Before this, I didn't expect you to have such talent. Killing Mu Ling and Mu Jiang, killing Feng Yu, and stepping over several formations. You Purple Lightning Spear Zhong Yuan can be proud." Zhong Yuan's expression was still calm, expressionlessly shaking his head. "What does today's battle have to do with me, Zhong Yuan? 3,000 iron cavalry, trampling over 1,000 troops. It was all done by the prince." However, Zhong Yuan has thought about it carefully. The prince's words before were indeed true. "I, Zhong Yuan, won't easily give up and won't take my life lightly. I learned a lot from the battle just now. Maybe today I, Zhong Yuan, don't have the ability to sweep the battlefield and defeat 1,000 troops. In the future, I will have it and won't disappoint the prince." Zhong Gang was totally confused when he heard that, not knowing what the 2 of them were talking about. Only Chu Shui and the others knew what was going on, smiling and not speaking. Zhong Shou was also shocked. After a moment, he understood, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "So you thought that you relied on me for this battle? Then do you know why I said that you kill Mu Ling and Mu Jiang and Feng Yu? Why didn't you mention that Yang Xian and Xianu?" Zhong Yuan was startled. Thinking back to it, the prince's tone was a little weird, just as he didn't know what was going on. Zhong Shou used his hand to point at his brow. "Take a look at this." Zhong Yuan instinctively touched his brow, only to feel that it was bright and there was nothing weird about it. A moment later, He woke up and wanted to use his spiritual sense to check, following which his eyes were filled with shock. The soul word mark at the center of his brow had actually totally disappeared. Also, the spiritual formations that Zhongsho drew on his body and within the armor seemed to have disappeared. Speaking of which, the current him was actually a free body? That's right, that ball of lightning from the sky. Indeed, from then on, he felt as if something was missing from his body. However, he was too focused and didn't pay attention. Speaking of which, Mu Ling, Mu Jiang, and Feng Yu actually died at his hands. The 5th and 6th formations, as well as the maniac bear armored warriors, were personally broken by him. How is that possible? A few months ago, he was still stuck at the peak of Xiantian, unable to move, so how could he do that? Using the body of a 4th wheel martial ancestor to kill 2 Xuanwu ancestors. Was he dreaming? Not only him, but even Tan Tao and Hu Zhongyuan were stunned, looking at Zhong Yuan in disbelief. Speaking of which, the latter half of the battle had nothing to do with Zhongsho and was all done by Zhong Yuan. He was also unparalleled in breaking formations and also used that maniac lightning spear sense. Even when facing a strong enemy, like the maniac bear armored warriors, he was still able to easily trample them. It was actually no weaker than when Zhongsho was controlling it. Didn't that mean that the current Zhong Yuan not only had the ability to challenge Xuanwu ancestors, but on the battlefield he could also cause everyone to fear him? Tan Tao was really shrewd and was the first to come back to his senses, following which he couldn't help but taking a deep breath. So he is an unparalleled general seed. He thought to himself that no wonder the Gantian Mountain Monster King treated Zhong Yuan so well. However, the crown prince in front of him had always treated him differently. A rare general talent. This Zhong Yuan did indeed have the ability to make everyone view him as a treasure. Zhong Yuan was still at a loss, his expression alternating between red and white, changing unpredictably. Zhongsho was a little impatient, directly saying, "Demon path techniques are mostly small paths. This soul-controlling technique is the same. Actually, it can't trap people with strong wills. Even without the lightning, you just need a few days to break the soul seal." He saw that Zhong Yuan's pupils were slowly starting to focus. Zhongsho's words suddenly paused. "Now that your soul seal is gone, I can't control you anymore. What are you prepared to do next? If you want to leave, as long as you promise not to be enemies with my Gantian Mountain, I can let you leave." Before he finished, Zhongsho felt an extremely intense aura rise up behind him, only to see Zhong Gang suddenly step forwards, his eyes filled with killing intent as he looked coldly at Zhong Yuan. It was like as long as he said the word leave, he would attack and chop off his head. Zhongsho couldn't help but be speechless. He actually forgot about this fellow. Didn't he know that at this moment he was trying to appease him? If he was just a martial artist, then it was okay, but for such a talent, forcefully wrung melons wouldn't be sweet. Forget it. One being the good guy, one being the bad guy, the effect seems to be better. Zhong Yuan was still silent. A moment later he bowed once more, his head on the ground. "The prince has helped me, Zhong Yuan, by not killing me, by half a teacher, and by giving me a new life. My Zhong Yuan's conscience hasn't been eaten by a dog yet. In this life, as long as I haven't died, I will be your dog. Only one thing," begged the prince. Then Zhong Hao and Zhong Yang. He gritted his teeth, unable to say the last few words. "Do you want to take his life?" Zhongsho was instantly delighted. Even if this fellow didn't say anything, this time when he returned, he wouldn't let these few people have a good time. If what he expected was right, this time when he returned to Gantian Mountain, there would be many bloody storms. However, at this time he couldn't agree too easily. Using his hand to facepalm, Zhongsho acted like he had a headache. "These two people, one is my race uncle, an elder of the Sky Fox race. The other is my cousin, a rare talent of the younger generation. No matter how disrespectful they are to me." Zhong Yuan didn't speak, his expression determined as he silently kowtowed. He went all out, a series of banging sounds as he smashed a hole in the roof of the carriage. His face was covered in blood. At this moment, the many armored cavalry of Xian Mountain City were all furious as they stared coldly at Zhongsho. Strength was the best way to convince people, especially after being led by Zhong Yuan and creating that miracle of crushing 400,000 troops. These Xian Mountain City cavalry already worshipped this purple lightning spear. At this moment, they couldn't hear what the few of them were saying, only seeing Zhong Yuan kowtow in front of Zhongsho for a long time. His head was bleeding, but he still didn't stop. They couldn't help but feel unhappy, thinking that this Zhongsho was pretty much an incapable ruler. His actions were preposterous. An expert like Zhong Yuan didn't console him after winning, and instead humiliated him like this. Chapter 2:21. Pairs of crimson eyes stared at him. If it wasn't for Zhonggang and Tan Tao coldly sweeping over, they were about to be filled with emotions. Chushua's chest was filled with unfairness, her eyes wide open as she stared at these people, thinking to herself that the one who led them to crush the 400,000 troops of the two cities should be the prince. If it wasn't for the prince, all of them would have died here, although it was this fellow who brought them to this Rawhai Straits. However, who was he doing this for? Her brain wasn't good, but her memory wasn't. She remembered that Tan Tao had told the prince that Blazing Flame Mountain and Yunxia Mountain had gathered troops here. Actually, it was to build a city here to take over the tens of stone mines that Gantian Mountain and Xian Mountain City had in the Rawhai Mountains. Speaking of which, who knows when the prince would be able to personally head into battle. Let these people take a good look at who the one who could trample over 1,000 troops was. It was best if their eyeballs all fell out. Then she shook her head, thinking that it was best if he didn't head into battle. The battle was dangerous, and it was best if the prince hid at the back like this. Zhongsho was in deep thought, like he was weighing the pros and cons. Just as he was thinking that the time was about to arrive, and he could half push and half agree. Zhong Yuan suddenly stopped, his eyes looking over seriously. Today, I, Zhong Yuan, swear with my blood that I am willing to be the prince's servant. He actually pulled out the knife at his waist and slit his arm. His expression didn't change. In this life, I will never leave you. If I go against this oath, let me, Zhong Yuan, fall into the abyss. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a sudden explosion in the sky. Countless rays of purple scripture light extended downwards. It dyed the entire sky a deep blue color, including Li Luo, Zhonggang, Tan Tao, and the others. They were all startled as they looked at Zhong Yuan before looking into the sky. Swearing a blood oath wasn't anything special. However, when he was swearing, there was coincidentally lightning, which was surprising. He remembered that before this, the sky above Rawhai Straits was cloudless. All of a sudden, black clouds began to roll. If it wasn't for the fact that he could confirm that there was no soul master controlling it, he would pretty much think that there was a spirit master casting the spell. Zhongsho was also a little surprised. He looked at the sky for a while, then withdrew his gaze. This was too much of a coincidence. Could it really be a celestial phenomenon? Was there something strange about Zhong Yuan's luck? He looked at the blood dripping from the man's wrist thoughtfully. It seemed to form a natural blood-colored rune. Zhongsho's eyes narrowed slightly. Then he smiled and shook his head. There's no need for that. In fact, even if you didn't mention Zhong Yang and Zhong Hao, I wouldn't tolerate them. Get up, I promise you. Zhong Yuan stared blankly for a moment, then immediately understood. He couldn't help but mock himself inwardly for being so impatient. However, there was nothing to be unwilling about working for this cousin of his. In fact, he wished that Zhongsho could control his body for a longer period of time. Then, he would be able to comprehend more. Just as he was about to stand up, Zhongsho pointed at his waist. You are still carrying Feng Yu's head? Are you really planning to make his head into a piss pot? Zhong Yuan looked at the side of his waist, only to see a huge head hanging there. Its eyes were still wide open, like it died with a grievance. Looking at Feng Yu's head, Zhong Yuan thought for a moment. Then he nodded his head. Why not? This place is a little inconvenient. Wait until we return to Gantian Mountain. Zhong Yuan will definitely get people to take out the skull and paint it with gold to sell. In the end, he still took off the head and tossed it far away. Zhong Shou's stomach churned. A piss pot made from a head. Who would want that? Wasn't he afraid that he wouldn't be able to sleep at night? Following which, Hu Qianqiu's eyes lit up. Behind him, there was also a burning gaze that looked over. It seemed like even Tan Tao was tempted. Zhong Shou was speechless. No wonder the Donglin Cloud Continent 10,000 years ago was seen as barbarians by the Central Cloud Continent people. As expected, it made sense. Helplessly shaking his head, Zhong Shou was too lazy to bother. Turning his eyes, he looked at Xiong Kuei, who Zhong Gang had mentioned. At this moment, he was sprawled on the ground. His eyes were tightly shut. His face was purple and gold like he was still unconscious. If it wasn't for his breathing being rushed when Zhong Yuan made the oath, he would have thought that he still hadn't woken up. Looking closely at the corner of Zhong Shou's lips, he coldly sneered. Isn't this Prince Xiong Kuei who is prepared to teach me a lesson? If you continue to pretend to be unconscious, do you believe that I will make you into a drowning machine? Xiong Kuei was still lying there, not moving at all. His breathing was also indiscernible. Zhong Shou shook his head, directly waving his hand. It seems like he won't wake up. Men, drag this fellow to feed the dogs. Remember to pick up his head for me. Before his words landed, Xiong Kuei climbed up with a roll. Prince, please wait. He actually didn't blush at all, calmly tidying up his robes. He cupped his hands towards Zhong Yuan. Blazing flame, Mountain Xiong Kuei greets the prince. The prince has won beautifully in this battle. Xiong Kuei is impressed. However, how is the prince going to deal with me? If you can let me go, I will be really grateful. Forgive me for being bold, but with the prince's current situation, you are surrounded by enemies. I'm not talented, but I am willing to be your ally. When Zhong Shou heard that, he laughed coldly to himself. Since he couldn't act dead, he tried this with him. He had lost a few hundred beast crystals this time. If he didn't suck the marrow out of him to make up for his losses, how could he be satisfied? His expression still didn't change, expressionless. Let's talk about this in the future. Now, I don't like people standing and talking to me, especially people who are taller than me. Xiong Kuei's face instantly swelled to a purple color. His eyes shone, his chest was so depressed that he was about to explode. However, when he looked forward, be it Zhong Gang or Zhong Yuan, their expressions were dark and cold as they stared at him aggressively. However, he felt a chill in his heart. Zhong Shou's wolf-like gaze made him feel really nervous. Thinking about it for a moment, he thought to himself that a man knew when to bow and when to stand tall, to be able to bear with what others couldn't. So if he knelt now, hesitating for a moment, he still knelt down. In his heart, he wanted to slice this Zhong Shou into pieces along with that Zhong Yuan and Zhong Gang into meat paste. If he didn't take revenge for this humiliation, he wasn't a man. Following which, Zhong Shou's face was filled with a kind smile. Prince Xiong Kuei, do you want to return to your blazing flame mountain? At the same time, tens of miles away, it was still on that high cliff. What is the background of this Zhong Yuan? A blood oath actually caused such a phenomenon. Is he not just an unparalleled general seed? That shouldn't be the case. If this person really has a good fate, my senior master should be able to see it. Looking at the sky, at the dark clouds that were still rolling about, Lei Dong's face was filled with surprise, following which he frowned and sighed bitterly, continuing to write on the blue silk cloth in front of him. He guessed, Zhao Yanran, I heard that not only is Tai Yuan very good at lightning and sword techniques, but her divination skills are also exceptional. Did you all see through it and purposely not say it? Zhao Yanran's brows were furrowed, too lazy to bother about him. Similarly on a blue silk cloth, however, it was obviously more tiring. It took him 50 to 60 breaths to write each word. She wasn't as free and easy as Lei Dong, which was why she tried to be concise, only writing a few hundred words. Zhong Shou entered Ruohai Straits, sending Zhong Yuan to lead 3,000 cavalry to charge, killing Yang Xian, Mu Ling, Xiannu, Mu Jiang, and Feng Yu, crushing 400,000 troops. I suspect that these two people are unparalleled general talents. Junior brother Zhong Shou is even more indiscernible. After Zhong Yuan's battle, He swore loyalty and caused a phenomenon. I suspect that this person's fate has changed. Lei Dong also heard these words. However, he sighed. Has his fate changed? I guess that is the case. Today was going to be a good show. 3,000 cavalry, trampling over 1,000 troops. Since that person, I haven't seen such a feat in a long time. As he said that, the words on the blue silk cloth were completed. Lei Dong placed his palms together and chanted a few words. That silk cloth suddenly burned in the air, turning into a ball of smoke and dust. Balls of spiritual light rose up from within and flew into the sky. In just a moment, it was nowhere to be seen. At this moment, Zhao Yanran was also done. The blue silk cloth in front of her instantly burned. However, when that silk cloth turned to dust, Zhao Yanran's face was covered in sweat. She casually used her handkerchief to wipe it off and stood up. She jumped up and down on this giant rocky cliff as she walked into the distance. Lei Dong's eyes instantly shone. Crazy woman, where are you going? Yucong Shengdao, aren't you going to care about this song show? Zhao Yanran stopped in her tracks and looked back like she was looking at an idiot. Naturally, we're going to invite him over. Lei Dong, are you asking yourself if you can ensure his safety? Lei Dong's brows furrowed, following which he was deep in thought, revealing a look of comprehension, following which he gave out a bitter laugh. I forgot that this Zhong Yuan matter will definitely cause an uproar in Donglin Cloud Continent, and everyone will know about it. Moreover, this matter can't be hidden even if we want to. Such a talent is working for a piece of trash who can't cultivate. Even if one doesn't want to be tempted, it would make one want to kill him. Looking out, only to see that around the entire Ruohai Straits, there were actually tens of red flame birds flying 1,000 miles. The speed of these birds was rare in the world. In an instant, they were tens of miles away, flying in all directions. Lei Dong couldn't block them and wasn't willing to. To hide this matter, even if he killed the hundreds of thousands of people here, it would be useless. Actually, Zhong Yuan's unparalleled general talent was not a problem even if people found out about it. What he was worried about was that this matter would affect Zhong Shou. After Zhao Yanran finished speaking, she didn't bother about him anymore. She ran into the distance. Lei Dong also directly rose up. Ascended Grandmasters traveling in the air was more convenient and faster. They directly traveled 10 miles in one step towards Jiefu City. He was originally a little anxious in his heart, but thinking about it, hope rose up in his heart. He thought to himself that it was best if one or two strong senior masters came so that he could escape and return to the Central Cloud Continent earlier. Chapter 222. The closest city to Ruohai Straits, apart from Jiefu City, was Xian Mountain City. A red swift bird spread its wings and sped through the clouds. Just as it arrived above Xian Mountain City, it dove down. It swiftly glided, and in just a moment, it charged into the center of the city lord's manor, into a wide hall. At this moment, Xin Yuan Tong was sitting high up in the hall. Beside him were Zhu Junho and Li Sina. Their expressions were extremely solemn. Behind the two of them, there were numerous generals in iron armor who were also present. Xin Yuan Iren stood behind Xin Yuan Tong, her expression uneasy. Tan Tao said that he couldn't persuade Shou and could only die with him. 7 days ago, I ordered Hai Tian Yuan to lead 30,000 elite cavalry to rush to Ruohai Straits. I don't hope to save all 4,000 people. I just hope to open up a path of retreat for Shou and try to save more people. Let's hope that we can make it in time. However, to have an end to this battle, we need to use the army. Now that the problems in my body have been removed, as long as I suppress the energy in my body and delay my advancement, it should be enough to protect Xian Mountain City for several months. I will leave this battle to you, Marquis. With all the rulers of the cities, we should be able to gather 45 towns. Along with my elite troops, is that enough? I don't want to mine stone mines in Ruohai Mountain, but no matter what, we have to let Shou pass Ruohai Straits. We can't let them successfully build a city and block off the path. Xian Mountain City's military system, 5 men as a fire, 10 men as a staff, 50 men as a squadron, 100 men as a regiment, colonel in charge. 300 men as a unit, there would be a lieutenant. 1,000 men as a unit, the leader as a major. 3,000 men as a capital, there would be a lieutenant. 10,000 men as a town, there would be a commander in charge. The cities of Donglin Cloud Continent were all like that. Only the Black Fox, Iron Cavalry, and Mysterious Armor Wind Dragon Cavalry were a little different. If they were of the same rank, they would be 2 to 3 ranks higher than other soldiers of the same rank. 45 towns meant a total of 450,000 soldiers. Zhu Juanho's brows rose when he heard that. To use 450,000 men to fight the armies of Gantian Mountain and Blazing Flame City alone, he had no confidence at all. However, he was more worried about the safety of Xian Mountain City. Although it was said that there were a million of them, most of the troops were stationed outside to suppress the surrounding areas. Mobilizing 45 towns pretty much took all the troops in Xian Mountain City. Lisina, who was sitting opposite him, bit her lips tightly. She looked a little angry. It had only been a few dozen days, and yet such a thing had happened again. That Zhong Shou did have some skills. His swordsmanship was connected to the spirit, and his spirit and martial arts merged into one. But did he think that those 400,000 people were made of straw? He actually dared to barge into Ruahai Strait. Wasn't this the same as sending himself into the mouth of a wolf? With only a little more than 4,000 men around him, what could he possibly do? He wanted to scold out, but when he looked at Xianyuan Irin's ashen white face, his heart sank. He couldn't help but sigh and endure it. Thinking that Zhong Shou had the protection of a hidden sect, he should be fine. However, the people around him were most likely in dire straits. As for the generals under the two of them, they were all silent, not saying a single word. Although their expressions were slightly ugly, a few of them were sad. However, none of them showed any signs of fear. To be able to enter the hall, they were all pillars of Xian Mountain City. As long as Xianyuan Tong gave the order, even if they were to die, it was okay. I also know that there are too few people. However, I really can't take out more people. I went into seclusion for a few years and didn't bother about outside matters. Instead, it allowed Linlan City to rise up once more. This is my fault. This battle is not only for my son-in-law, your young city lord. It also concerns the future of Xian Mountain City. When Xianyuan Tong said those words, he also felt that it didn't make sense. He sighed slightly. We have received Brother Weron's kindness. We have to repay it. Just as he said that, his eyelids suddenly rose up, only to see a red shadow enter the hall. He didn't seem to do anything, but a true chi was formed. Grabbing the bird in his hand, he took out a letter, and within it was a letter filled with words. Xianyuan Tong took a look, following which his expression was filled with many emotions. He was suddenly delighted, suddenly emotional, suddenly shocked, suddenly in disbelief, continuously changing. Lisina found it strange. Her husband, in this life, had never done anything like this. Apart from that time in Taigang Hall, he had never lost his composure like that. Who knows what the message on the letter was, to make Xianyuan Tong so happy. She wanted to snatch the letter over, but she was worried that there were so many eyes here. Lisina coughed lightly and said, "Husband, why are you so happy?" She gave Xianyuan Irin a look. Irin understood and lightly kicked under your armchair. Only then did Xianyuan Tong come back to his senses, furiously staring at his daughter behind him. Then, he casually waved the letter in his hand towards Zhu Juanho's direction. It seems like we don't need to go to this Ruahai Straits. It was Tan Tao who sent a message, saying that Shou Er's purple lightning spear Zhong Yuan led our 3,000 iron cavalry to crush 2,000 tiger leopard cavalry and 50,000 Yunxiao mountain cavalry. In just 15 minutes, he broke 7 formations, crushing 400,000 Yunxia blazing flames. When they heard that they didn't need to go to Ruahai Straits, those generals were all delighted. When Xianyuan Tong said those words, he was stunned on the spot, not daring to believe his ears. Zhu Juanho's body shook as he looked at his hand. Then, the entire hall began to rumble. using 3,000 iron cavalry to crush 400,000. How is that possible? It isn't like we haven't come into contact with the Yunxiao Mountain Tiger Leopard Cavalry. It isn't that I want to boost their morale, but our mysterious armor wind dragon cavalry is actually a little weaker. Similarly, 1,000 people, our Xian Mountain City will definitely lose. 2,000 Tiger Leopard Cavalry. How can we crush them with just 3,000? With Tan Tao's personality, he wouldn't joke about this matter. Did someone pass the message? This matter is too exaggerated. I heard that this time, there are 6 Xuanwu ancestors blocking Ruohai Straits. Along with Fengyu and Xiong Kuei, there are 8 of them. There are also 2 returned to Sun Spirit Masters. How can they win? The entire hall was in deep discussion. In the second seat below Li Sina, a person suddenly stood up and bowed. City Lord, I heard that when Zhong Yuan came to our Xian Mountain City, he didn't say anything. He just reached 3 meridians of the Earth chakra level and broke through to martial ancestor, right? Xin Yuan Tong took a look at this person. He was one of his generals and was called Long Bao. He smiled and nodded. That's right. However, a few days ago, Zhong Yuan had already advanced to 4 meridians of the Earth chakra level. On the battlefield, he comprehended the maniac lightning spear sense. When he charged, he killed Yang Xian, Mu Ling, Xianu, and Mu Jiang. In the end, he even beheaded the Yunxiao Mountain Prince Fengyu. Tan Tao said that he is unparalleled in formation charging, a top general seed. The entire hall was deathly silent once more. A few of them couldn't take it anymore. The chairs they sat down on all had with shavings flying all about. Everyone looked at each other in dismay, unable to recover from their shock. In terms of unparalleled generals, there were a few in Donglin Cloud Continent. However, they all rose up along with the dynasty. Even the weakest one was able to unify half of Donglin Cloud Continent. They were all invincible on the battlefield, people who shone brightly for a time. Li Sina's eyes opened wide in disbelief. Thinking back to that day behind Zhongshu, that ashen white-faced teen who could be considered handsome. At that time, she didn't pay much attention to him. She really didn't expect that fellow who looked so dead and lifeless actually had such ability. She didn't care about being reserved anymore, swiftly stepping forwards and snatching the piece of paper from Zhu Junho's hands, following which his expression kept changing. Maniac lightning spear sense, unparalleled in formation charging, top general seed. Long Bao muttered to himself, following which he bowed slightly. If that is the case, then it is naturally fortunate. However, I also heard that this Zhong Yuan only worked for Zhong Yang and Zhong Hao. There is such a matter. However, after the battle, Zhong Yuan swore a blood oath to be the servant of my son-in-law. At that time, there was also a sign. Seeing that most of the people in the hall still didn't fully believe it, Xin Yuan Tong smiled and stood up. As for whether or not this news is true, it is also hard for me to judge. However, if what Tan Tao said is true, within these 2 to 3 days, it will spread across Donglin Cloud Continent, and everyone will know about it. At that time, we will know if it is true or false. While speaking, Xin Yuan Tong walked out of the hall with his hands behind his back. Stepping out of the door, he stood on the stone platform and looked into the distance. 3,000 iron cavalry, trampling over 1,000 troops? Shoer, you really gave me a surprise. The words on the paper were a little different from what he said just now. The 50,000 Yunxiao Mountain Iron Cavalry was personally controlled by Zhong Shou, using a demon artifact to control Zhong Yuan to break the map. In other words, Zhong Yuan was an unparalleled general talent. However, Zhong Shou was indiscernible. However, Xin Yuan Tong wasn't willing to speak about this matter to his subordinates. The tallest tree in the forest would be destroyed by the wind. Without enough strength, it was best if he could hide it. His expression calmed down as he looked towards the north. Thanks to his son-in-law, Yunxiao Mountain suffered heavy losses. This time he could really take out his hand to totally solve the problems there. If the east wasn't stable, he really didn't have much confidence to help Zhongshu interfere in Dragon Canyon. However, This unparalleled general talent was actually taken in by him. Was his son-in-law really the future ruler of Donglin? Just half a day later, west of Donglin Cloud Continent, within a large city facing the cloud shore. This place wasn't as majestic as Xian Mountain City, but it was the only large city within these 2,000 miles. In the center of the city, in the largest building complex, there was an extremely elegantly decorated study that faced south and sat in the north. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion. It caused the guards outside to exchange glances with one another. Who knows what was going on within for such a shocking sound to spread out? At this moment, within the reading room, Su Jingyuan was startled as he looked at the letter in his hand. In front of him, the desk that was completely made of gloomy wood had already been turned into fine dust under his palm. After a long while, Su Jingyuan's expression seemed to calm down slightly. However, his eyes were still filled with disbelief and shock. He took in a deep breath as he walked to the side of the window, looking at the small lake outside as he muttered to himself. Within Rawhai Straits, 3,000 iron cavalry broke the 400,000 Alliance army. In this world, there is actually such an unparalleled general talent. Chapter 223. Lianxing was originally standing solemnly at the side, waiting quietly. Even if the table was smashed into pieces by his master, his expression didn't change. However, at this moment, his brows rose up in shock as he looked at the majestic back view beside the window, his eyes filled with shock. Ruah High Straits, 3,000 iron cavalry breaking 400,000. Unparalleled general talent? Is the city lord talking about the Gantian Mountain Prince? Based on what he knew, the recent period of time was when Zhongsho passed through Ruah High Mountain Range. At this moment, there were thousands of iron cavalry under this prince's command. Yes and no. Su Jingyuan shook his head. Lianxing, do you remember that purple lightning spear? It was this person who had unparalleled formation charging ability, leading 1,000 Xian Mountain City mysterious armor wind dragon cavalry and 2,000 heavy armor cavalry to break through numerous formations, killing 4 Xuanwu ancestors and taking the life of Fengyu, causing the 400,000 Alliance army of Blazing Flame Mountain City and Yunxia Mountain City to collapse. Lianxing's eyes opened wide. His first thought was that he had heard wrongly. Then his brows furrowed. Is this news true or false? It shouldn't be wrong. I heard that when this kid made the blood oath, he seemed to have attracted a sign from the heavens. Su Jingyuan looked at the paper in his hand, a true qi bursting out, causing the paper to shatter into pieces, scattering with the wind and landing in the lake outside the window. Then he was silent. Be it master or servant, their hearts were raging, unable to calm down for a long time. After a full 10 minutes of silence, a glow flashed in Su Jingyuan's eyes. Lianxing, do you think this prince can unify Donglin in the future? Lianxing seemed to know that Su Jingyuan would ask such a question, not showing any surprise. Taking a deep breath, he opened his mouth, zone wherein has risen up for less than 10 years. Although Gantian Mountain's foundations are a little weak, but after years of war, the generals under him are all war elites. With the ability of the prince, he can sweep the entire Donglin. However, whether or not he can establish a country, I don't dare to make a judgment. However, if we add in Xian Mountain City an unparalleled general talent, at least those top sects of spiritual houses won't be able to stop him. Top spiritual houses can't stop him. Then only the shrines can. That Lingyun sect will definitely interfere. The expression in Su Jingyuan's eyes was still changing unpredictably. Sometimes it was ruthless, sometimes it was hesitant, and he was struggling endlessly. A moment later, he suddenly made up his mind and clenched his fists. A few days later, you will personally make a trip to Gantian Mountain. When you see that heir apparent, tell him that I, Su Jingyuan, am willing to serve under Juanshan. Cloud Saint City was also willing to be a subordinate of Gantian Mountain. Remember to be discreet. Lianxing's expression this time was filled with bitterness. He'd expected this to happen. but he still felt slightly uneasy and hesitant. He wanted to persuade her, yet didn't know how to do so. "I know you want to advise me to be cautious. That prince is the only hope I can see." As he spoke to this point, the scholarly middle-aged man's face was actually filled with a malevolent and cold expression. The corners of his mouth were also filled with a cold sneer. That person from the Lingyun sect definitely wouldn't have thought that. The prince that they rejected was actually a dual cultivator, his sword path one with the spirit, becoming a knight wandering spirit master of 14 years old. It caused the Kinzo sect and Tsang Shengdao to crazily fight for him. Today, he actually has an unparalleled general talent to serve under him. Who knows how angry those old fellows from Pill Spirit Mountain and Cloud Palace will be because of Liang Miaozi and their third-generation disciple Long Ruo. Ha ha! As he finished, he actually laughed maniacally. After a long while, he finally calmed down. As for Su Jingyuan, he gently stroked his arm that had been crippled not long ago. His eyes were filled with bone-deep hatred. Lingyun sect, Meridian Yin-Yang technique, withering sword energy. "Huh, do you really think I don't know? I am useless, but in this world, there are people who can deal with you. I really look forward to the day when you and that prince go head-to-head." Lianqing's face was originally ashen white, but it slowly regained its usual calmness. He knew that his city lord had already made up his mind and couldn't be changed. Pretty much at the same time, east of Donglin Cloud Continent, 100 miles wide mountain city that pretty much covered the entire 10,000 feet tall mountain. The atmosphere was really suppressive. A full 50,000 monster race soldiers with different characteristics were lined up here, on a square that could be considered spacious. Their clothing was similar. Their armor was the same silver-white color. However, the atmosphere was extremely tense. Everyone had their hands on their weapons as they nervously and vigilantly scanned their surroundings. They looked at one another with animosity, like they were about to explode at any moment. At this moment, where these people's gazes met, within the white marble hall with the words Chongzheng Hall hanging on it, there were tens of people sitting in the hall with different expressions. Some of them had ashen faces, some were sneering, some were confident, and some looked nervous. Hu Qinshou sat on the first seat on the left, happily sizing up the people around. Sitting beside him was the left pillar general of Gantian Mountain City, Qiu Wei. His black hair was really sharp, but his bone structure was really thick. Similar to him, he was grade 8 Xuanwu. At this moment, his eyes were closed, like what was happening in the hall had nothing to do with him. Opposite him was the Wind Bear race leader Chai Yuan, as well as the Eye Wolf race leader Ling Feikong. The former's body was huge and muscular, 10 feet tall, but it gave one a nimble feeling. The latter was a middle-aged man around 30, red lips and white teeth, looking really handsome and elegant. The two of them didn't have many beast characteristics. The stronger the monster race, the more they could restrain their monster body, no different from normal humans. Hu Qinshou could also do that, but he was lazy to care about how they looked. The third person on the left was the right pillar General Zhong Xuan. His face was green. Opposite him was a bunch of Zhong family people. The great elder of the Zhong family, Zhong Ming, and the second elder, Zhong Hao. Behind these two stood two youths. They were Zhong Shi and Zhong Yang. Although their voices were really high in Gantian Mountain, and they had a chance to take over the position of Monster King, at this moment, they didn't even have a seat in the hall. Zhong Ming and Zhong Hao were the true direct descendants of the Sky Fox Zhong family, holding important positions in the family for generations. However, 10 years ago, Zhong Weiran suddenly rose up and snatched the position of race leader. Below them, there were tens of people. They were all generals and officials within Gantian Mountain City, as well as 20 strong race leaders. At this moment, most of them didn't say a word, acting like it didn't concern them. The ones who were truly speaking were the tens of people at the back of the seats. The position of Monster King has been empty for close to 8 months. It's okay for a day or two, but for it to be empty for several months, what is the point? The sky can't be without a sun. A snake can't be without a head. Gantian Mountain has millions of troops, but in these few months, they can only turtle up and not come out. The reason why Blazing Flame Mountain and Yunxia Mountain are invading is because there is no one in the city. Looking at the talents of the Zong family, only young Master Zong Yang has the right to take over the position of Monster King. He is the direct descendant of the Zong family and can be the ruler of Gantian Mountain. Gantian Mountain ruler? Hee. Your words, where does that place the Prince Zong show? Young Master Zong Yang is the direct descendant of the Zong family, but his bloodline with the ruler is really thin. Even if the Prince Zong Shou can't cultivate and can't take over the position of Monster King. In terms of bloodline, it should be the right pillar general. Before this person finished, someone coldly interrupted. Although the right pillar general is the brother of the ruler, he has the same father, but a different mother, born of a bitch. Out of 10 times he led troops and lost 4 times. If it wasn't for him, the ruler would have wiped out Yunxia Mountain that year. How could such a person take over the position of Monster King? The position of Monster King not only depends on bloodline, but also on the future. Young Master Zong Shi is the eldest grandson of the Zong family direct descendant, reaching the Xiantian realm at 20, Earth Chakra, 2 meridians, heroic and decisive. In this Gantian Mountain, who is more qualified than young Master Zong Shi? When they heard the first few sentences, there was an uproar within the hall. The veins on Zong Xuan's body popped out, opening his eyes and looking at the person who spoke with killing intent. Then, he coldly looked towards Zong Ming and Zong Shi. Hu Qinxiu laughed, scoffing coldly. Earth Chakra, 2 meridians? His improvement wasn't bad, but compared to the prince, he was still trash. A while ago, that kid from the mid-plains sent back news that the prince was at the night wandering realm and had entered the Xiantian realm. He was a dual cultivator. When they met last time, he actually didn't notice it. Just as he was looking down on him, he heard Zong Xuan suddenly open his mouth and laugh coldly. I'm born of a bitch. Then what are you? The so-called direct descendant of the Zong family is just a bunch of leftovers. In the past, my brother was kind and let you all live. Who knew that a few years later, you would become a problem? An outsider dares to dream about the position of Monster King. Zong Shi raised his eyelids, but his expression didn't change. His lips curled up, and he didn't retort. On the other hand, Zong Ming shook his head slightly. Xuan's words are wrong. My son's talents are the top of the Zong family in this generation. Even when the ruler was here, he praised him and went all out to develop him. Furthermore, nearly 70% of the Sky Fox Zong clan members support Shi. In this Gantian Mountain, no one is more qualified than him. 70%? I really don't know how brother calculated it. The one who spoke was Zong Hao. He scoffed coldly, but based on what I know, the 10 Fox races didn't express their views. Even within our Sky Fox race, close to 60% of people still support Zong Shou as the prince. Some bastard branches, why bother about them? Do you think you'll care? Zong Ming brushed his white beard and suddenly thought about something. He smiled, oh right. What's the result of Zong Yuan's matter? Could it be that the purple lightning spear really abandoned you? You raised him for close to 10 years, but in the end, he didn't mature and instead benefited others. Cousin, you should also reflect on yourself. Zong Hao's expression instantly changed. Then, he burst out into a cold laugh. A person who betrayed his master. Why mention him? It is actually a good thing that he wants to follow the Prince Zong Shou. However, I predict that he won't be able to improve for the rest of his life. Who knows how many years he can live? Chapter 224. While speaking, Zong Hao glanced sideways at Hu Qinxiu and Xiu Wei who were sitting on the left. Not only him, but the other people in the hall were the same. They all knew that who the Monster King belonged to would depend on these 2 people. One was in charge of 600,000 Gantian mountain troops, having many disciples in the army and many trusted aides. He had many branches and branches. The other was the Iron Tiger race leader. Not only did he have 100,000 Iron Tiger race elites, but he also had the other races of the Tiger race who followed his lead. They were both experts only below Zong Weiran in Gantian Mountain. Hence, they were famous generals of Donglin who had never lost when they led troops to war. If the 2 of them didn't speak, Even if the Monster King was decided by the people in the hall, there was still a chance of it being overturned. The sounds of argument in the hall continued. Chai Yuan was a little impatient, frowning. Hu Qinxiu, say something. You're clear about the situation of the prince. Even so, you still want him to take the throne? Hu Qinxiu laughed, calmly saying, So what if I am? This Gantian mountain belongs to the ruler. Now that the ruler is dead, naturally, it can only be inherited by the prince. What Zhong Shi and Zhong Yang? Where did these trash come from? I don't recognize them, but they actually dare to fight with the prince. If they weren't from the ruler's race, I would have slapped them to death. Old Qiu, am I right? The moment he said those words, the entire hall was silent. Before this, everyone knew that Hu Qinxiu would personally send him to Zhong Shi, maybe because he still supported the prince. However, this was the first time he did it so openly. Qiu Wei's eyes lit up, revealing a smile. That's right. You are right. Even if this Gantian mountain falls, it should be in the hands of the prince. If he isn't the ruler's son, then he should scram as far away as possible. What right does he have to succeed the Monster King position? Ling Feikong frowned, only feeling a huge headache. The current situation was undoubtedly the worst kind of situation. Looking around the hall, only to see that although the people seated were still silent. However, a large portion of them were smiling. It was obvious that he agreed with Qiu Wei's words. Ling Feikong wasn't surprised at all, sighing slightly. The two of you aren't helping the prince, but harming him. In this chaotic world, the strong were respected. If the crown prince could not practice martial arts, how could he convince the masses? Even if we do our best to support him, what should we do if he wants to harm the crown prince? Hu Qinxiu snorted coldly. If one said that the strong were respected, then in this world, how many people would be able to defeat the crown prince in the future? The Xian Mountain City Lord who said that the strong were respected was said to have lost miserably and was almost beaten up by the crown prince. Following which Ling Feikong shook his head. Even if we don't talk about this, the prince won't be able to inherit the position of Gantian Mountain Lord. Saying some heart-wrenching words, Blazing Flame Mountain City and Yunxia Mountain City had already started to build cities at the entrance of Ruohai Mountain Range. The Cloud Ocean was also locked down by thousands of ships from West Ocean Taoyuan City. Who knows whether or not the prince could return to Gantian Mountain. Maybe Brother Qinxiu doesn't know, but not long ago I heard that the prince led 4,000 elite cavalry into Ruohai Straits. Isn't he asking to die? Even if he was lucky that Xiong Kuei and Feng Yu didn't kill him and let him go. Such a person doesn't have the right to inherit Gantian Mountain. Who knows whether or not the prince would be controlled as a puppet and whether or not he had any deals with Blazing Flame Mountain and Yunxia Mountain. As he said that, the few people sitting below, be it Zhong Shi, Zhong Yang, Zhong Ming, or Zhong Hao all smiled. As for the others, some of them had thoughtful looks on their faces. Hu Qinxiu's face turned slightly green, just as he was about to speak. Suddenly, from the corner of his eyes, he saw a few red shadows enter from outside the gates. His brows furrowed, grabbing one of the red, swift birds in his palm. When he saw the slip of paper in the envelope, he couldn't help but be completely stunned. Following which he blinked his eyes in disbelief, only to see that the words on the paper still didn't change. Looking at the people in the hall, apart from Qiu Wei, who was the same as him, they were all filled with disbelief, shock, and joy. The other few people who also received the message from the red swift bird were all green and white. The only thing that was similar was the disbelief in their eyes. At the start, they were unable to believe it. Killing 4 generals, using 3,000 cavalry to trample over 400,000 troops, that was a little too exaggerated. His first thought was that his dumb son was making up stories to fool him. That kid who thought he was smart was getting dumber and dumber. He didn't even know how to lie. When he returned, he would viciously beat him up. Only at this moment, looking at the expressions of the people in the hall, did he have some confidence in his heart. His son made a mistake, but he couldn't let the spies sent by the others make the same mistake. It was actually true. That Yunxia and Blazing Flame Mountain army of 400,000 really lost. They lost to the prince. Hu Qianxiu instantly felt an unsuppressible joy charge into his heart. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. His voice was really loud, causing the doors and windows in the hall to shake. Numerous dust and dust fell, even spreading outside of the hall. It caused the 50,000 Gantian mountain soldiers on the drill field to be shocked and confused. Within the hall, all the race leaders, as well as the generals and officials who had the right to be present, were also confused, looking at Hu Qianxiu, who was laughing maniacally. Although they didn't know what had happened, from the complicated expressions of Zhong Ming, Zhong Hao, and Ling Feikong, they knew that something had happened, and it was most probably something that was beneficial to the prince. That laughter continued for a long time until Qiu Wei frowned impatiently, kicking Hu Qianxiu, who was beside him. Only then did the latter stop laughing. However, his lips were still wide open like he couldn't close them. He laughed as he stood up. A joyous matter. My Gantian mountain has produced another unparalleled general talent. Just a few hours ago, Zhong Yuan led the 3,000 Xian Mountain City Iron Cavalry to crush the 50,000 Yunxia Mountain Iron Cavalry. He also broke 7 formations, killing 4 Xuanwu ancestors and killing the Yunxia Mountain Prince Fengyu. Our Gantian Mountain Black Fox Iron Cavalry also rushed over and killed 45 Spirit Masters, capturing Blazing Flame Mountain Xiong Kuei. The 14 Mind Stone veins in Ruahai Mountain Range are safe. Before he finished, the entire hall was in an uproar. Outside of the hall, there was a large buzzing sound. Be it inside or outside the hall, there was an uproar, whispering to one another, discussing. Their expressions were either excited, depressed, or proud, etc. Zhong Yuan and Zhong Yang weren't able to see the news that the red swift bird brought. At this moment, their faces were ashen white as they looked towards Ling Feikong, Zhong Ming, and Zhong Hao with a questioning gaze, only to see the few of them had solemn expressions as they slightly nodded their heads. Especially that Zhong Hao, whose face was devoid of blood. His body trembled slightly, his hands clenched tightly, his eyes suddenly filled with viciousness and regret. Hu Qianxiu squinted and sneaked a look at this person, scoffing to himself. He decided to add salt to the wound, continuing loudly, "There is one more thing that I need to let all of you know. Zhong Yuan, that fellow, not only killed 4 Xuanwu ancestors, he also comprehended the maniac lightning spear sense on the battlefield. I think in 1 to 2 years, our Gantian Mountain City will have one more Xuanwu ancestor, an unparalleled general. I heard that after the battle, when this kid swore loyalty to the prince, he caused a heavenly sign, gathering lightning as proof." The hall that was originally slightly quieted down was instantly in an uproar. Pretty much everyone exchanged glances with one another, their eyes filled with shock. This Zhong Yuan actually followed the prince? That's not surprising. After all, the prince is the direct son of the ruler, the true heir of our Gantian Mountain. Look at how Zhong Hao and Zhong Yang do things. Do they look like human rulers? Blood, oath, heavenly sign. I heard that only people with the mandate of the heavens would do that. In these 10,000 years, there were only tens of cases. All of these people had achieved great things and created a beautiful story. To be able to get such an unparalleled general to work for him, doesn't that mean that the prince also has the mandate of the heavens? I only sigh at that Zhong Hao, spending so much effort to raise him up, working so hard for so many years. In the end, he was easily recruited by others. Such a talent actually benefited others. He even said that he estimated that Zhong Yuan's cultivation, that he wouldn't be able to improve in his life and would only live for a few years, was slapped to his face. Blood seeped out from Zhong Hao's mouth. That Zhong Yuan's sudden rise and sudden betrayal made him feel really bad. He also couldn't take the mocking gazes that shot over from all directions. The other 10 gazes filled with pity made the flames of rage burn in his chest. However, he couldn't do anything about it. In the end, he scoffed coldly, waving his sleeves with a green face as he walked out of the hall. A fierce glow appeared in his eyes, like a storm was gathering. Hu Qianxiu felt it but didn't care, scoffing in disdain. If Zhong Yuan could comprehend the maniac lightning spear sense, then his future cultivation wouldn't be too difficult. To break through to the Xuanwu realm in a year or two wasn't empty words. So what if this Zhong Hao was furious and annoyed? If an ascended ancestor didn't act with this person's ability, he wouldn't be able to do anything to Zhong Yuan. He smiled as he looked at the people in the hall. Ling Feikong's expression changed for a moment before calming down. He stood up. Brother Hu, let's end today's meeting here. Everyone can leave. After saying that, without waiting for Hu Qianxiu to agree, he walked out of the hall. Along with this person leaving, Zhong Ming's face was green as he followed. Chai Yuan was in deep thought. After a long while, he stood up, like he wanted to open his mouth to say something to Hu Qianxiu, but in the end, he stopped himself. He sighed, his expression solemn as he turned around and left. The hall instantly quietened down. A large half of the people were still sitting in the hall. Although their eyes were filled with joy, they didn't make a sound, all of them solemn and silent. Hu Qianxiu smiled as he looked at Zhong Xiwan. Xiwan, forget about that Zhong Shi and Zhong Yang. Since they want to fight with the prince, then there's no way out. You are the prince's uncle, and his highness treats you like a brother. Can you bear to see the position of Monster King fall into the hands of others? Chapter 225. That Zhong Xiwan's face was filled with bitterness. Because I wasn't willing, I wanted to compete with them. However, now I have no choice. His eyes showed hesitation. Shou can do whatever he wants in Jiefu City, and also make Zhong Yuan such a great general to be loyal to him. He isn't as useless as others think. Maybe he can inherit brother's legacy. Let me consider this matter. As he said that, he lowered his head worriedly as he walked out. Hu Qianxiu smiled, not caring at all. He swept his gaze across the interior of the hall and was suddenly startled, only to see that Zhong Shi still hadn't left. Instead, he smiled coldly as he looked over, his lips moving like he was saying something. Hu Qianxiu took a close look, following which his eyes constricted. He could roughly tell that Zhong Shi's words seemed to be, "You force me." Within the Gantia Mountain City Lord's Hall, it was bustling with discussion. East High, on a small island covered in mist. Similarly, a red swift bird sped through the air. However, there were clusters of spirit inscriptions surrounding its body. Its gliding speed was 5 times faster than that of an ordinary red swift bird. When it landed, it was at the side of an extremely clear small lake. It stopped in the hands of a handsome teen in a navy blue Taoist robe. A moment later, the teen's face turned green, his right hand clenching and smashing the bird into pieces. Opposite him sat a person in a white robe. When he saw the situation, his brows furrowed. "Senior Brother Han, why are you so angry? What did this bird do wrong for you to kill it like that?" This person had a squarish face and a graceful aura. He was actually the 3rd-generation first seat of Lingyun's sect, Long Ruo. The handsome teen opposite him was slightly startled before he came back to his senses, revealing an apologetic expression. "Junior Brother Long, don't be angry. Nishue lost my composure. Just because of a mundane matter, I nearly lost my mind." When he looked at his hand, the apologetic expression was even more obvious. A moment of violence, and it reached such a state. Sighing softly, a few talismans floated out from Han Nishue's sleeves. They hung in mid-air, following which the runes on the talismans shone with a silver glow. Threads of thin thread spat out and wrapped around the corpse of the red swift bird. In Han Nishue's hand, a spiritual light shone. A moment later, only to see the broken pieces of flesh and blood retract bit by bit. Like time was reversing. The body of the red swift bird was swiftly recovering. In just a moment, it opened its eyes. It was actually really nimble, flapping its wings and flying into the sky. Long Ruo looked on silently from start to finish until the red swift bird flew away. Only then did he smile. "Senior Brother Han's great soul returning technique is really amazing. Flesh and bones to Regan. It is to snatch the heavens and earth. It isn't worth mentioning. I'm going to say I to with this technique. I still need to use talismans to use with it. Reviving a bird, as with it to Han Nishui said that. His eyes were filled with a self-mocking expression. On the other hand, junior brother Long really makes me ashamed. I remember 4 years ago, you were just at the initial return to Sun Realm. Now you are actually at the peak of the return to Sun Realm. In 2 years, you will start to form your body, right? I'm older than you by 10 years and started cultivating 20 years earlier than you. In the end, till today, I'm only at the first and second return to Sun Realm. Long Ruo smiled when he heard that, keeping silent and not replying. He couldn't reply to those words. His eyes turned, his heart moved as he looked carefully at the paper in Han Nishui's hand, only to see that on the paper there were the words Zhong Shou. Thinking about it, Long Ruo opened his mouth. Senior brother Han, if it is convenient, can you tell me about the matter that you are worrying about? Maybe Long Ruo can help you. Han Nishui's brows furrowed. This Long Ruo always knew his limits when he did things. Why was he so rash today to ask about personal matters? He originally didn't want to reply, but in the blink of an eye, he saw that Long Ruo's expression was solemn. After hesitating for a moment, he gave out a bitter laugh. It is okay to tell junior brother about this matter. Anyways, in a few days, everyone will know about it. A few days ago, didn't your sect send an order for the sects of Donglin Cloud Continent to form an alliance and help each other to go against the calamity? My sect master's final choice was the Pill Fountain sect. He set up a marriage with the sect leader, using 5 ancient chill pills to exchange for a female disciple of the sect to become my dual cultivation partner. Long Ruo was startled, thinking to himself that what did this have to do with Zhong Shou? However, to pay 5 ancient chill pills, that female disciple of Pill Fountain sect must be really talented. Marriage alliance? That is a good thing. Did something happen? Something did happen. Has junior brother Long heard of Xianyuan Irin? Seeing a bright glow flash in Long Ruo's eyes, it was obvious that he had heard about it. Han Nishui didn't introduce, frowning. This girl had a fiancé who is the Gantian Mountain Prince. Originally, Pill Fountain sect had promised that they could cancel this marriage. However, a few days ago, who knows what method that Zhong Shou used. He actually made the Xianyuan City Lord open his mouth to make him the next city lord of Xian Mountain City. He also personally set the marriage date. I won't hide it from junior brother. Just now, I wasn't angry because my face was damaged. It was also because I liked that Xianyuan Irin and wanted to become a good partner. Long Ruo's eyes were filled with understanding. However, there were still some things he didn't understand. There is no need to be angry. Your sect is ranked 3rd out of the 19 spiritual houses. That Zhong Shou is the Gantian Mountain Prince. Although he has some identity, he is just a piece of trash who can't cultivate. Even if your sect doesn't personally act, there are many ways to get rid of him in the future. He said it so casually, like he was talking about something that couldn't be more casual. Junior brother, you don't know. Han Nishui looked at the letter in his hand. His tone was still bitter. Just now, my sect disciple reported to me that Zhong Shou used 3,000 cavalry to crush 400,000 Yunxia and blazing flame troops at Ruohai Straits. His subordinate Zhong Yuan is unparalleled in formation charging, using a 4 Meridian martial ancestor body to kill several Xuanwu ancestors. He has the talent to be a top general. It was said that when he made the blood oath, he caused the weather to change. There is also Irin, who is the true top pill alchemist talent in Donglin Cloud Continent. A dual Meridian body might be tough for others, but it definitely won't be tough for her. Along with the resources of Gantian Mountain, in 3 to 5 years, she would be able to solve it. When he heard the first few sentences, Long Ruo's expression changed slightly. Unparalleled in formation charging, using a 4 Meridian martial ancestor body to kill several Xuanwu ancestors. Blood oath to heaven. That Zhong Shou actually had such a talent under him. He felt slightly regretful in his heart, but he suppressed it, smiling slightly. If it is because of this matter, senior brother Han can relax. I also know about this Zhong Shou. Not only does he have a dual Meridian body, his soul is broken and he has barriers from heaven. The bloodline in his body, apart from the seven-tailed sky fox, also has the Lu family sky burning blood. However, he doesn't know how strong he is and wants to dual cultivate. It is okay if he doesn't cultivate, but if he continues to walk on the two paths, he will burn himself to death. Even if he passes this stage, he won't be able to break the barriers from heaven. There is actually such a thing? Han Nishue's expression relaxed. An undetectable cold smile flashed in his eyes. However, after thinking about it for a moment, he shook his head. Even if that is the case, it is still tough. Although Gantian Mountain doesn't have experts above the Ascended Realm, they have millions of troops and are connected to the fate of the Cloud Continent. Today, they also have unparalleled general talents protecting them. We might not be able to win on the path of war. Although my mysterious Cloud Spirit sect is strong, we might not be able to make that Zhongsho give in. As for those underhanded methods, Han Nishue isn't a righteous person. However, unless we have no choice, we won't use them. A look of praise flashed across Long Rua's face. Senior Brother Han is really magnanimous. Thinking about it for a moment, it is okay. It is because Gantian Mountain is too strong that they have to be wrapped up in the Yin Dragon Canyon matter. Even if there is one more Zhong Yuan, they are still in danger. If that Zhongsho doesn't take over the position of Monster King, then it is okay. If he really becomes the Monster King of Gantian Mountain, then he is not far from death. Even if that Zhongsho is lucky enough to survive, we still have a way. My Lingyun sect has some relationship with this kid, and maybe we can persuade him to give up on this marriage. Phoenixes are different from normal birds. The top pill path genius in Donglin Cloud Continent. A piece of trash who can't cultivate. Just thinking about it, one knows that it is impossible. I think that Zhongsho doesn't look like a fool who doesn't know his place. Han Nishue was instantly delighted, bowing deeply towards Long Rule. Then, when the time comes, I will have to trouble Junior Brother Long. Senior Brother and I are on the same wavelength, and if I can help, naturally I won't sit on the sidelines. Moreover, for the Donglin sects to work together to face the calamity is the decree of my sect leader. This time the spiritual wave is rising. We should all be of the same breath and branch. Long Ruo smiled, stretching out his hand to support him, just as he was about to speak. Suddenly, he heard a bell ring from the distance. His brows furrowed as he looked towards where the bell came from. Only after it rang 3 times did he say in deep thought, "It should be that the seniors have already settled the matter." This time, it actually took 2 days. It's really amazing. It isn't weird. Han Nishue stood up and looked into the distance. Junior Brother doesn't know that this time it is not only about the Dragon Gathering Mountain Marshal Saint spot. It is also because of the huge drop in Beast Crystal and Mindstone prices. I heard that Junior Brother has been in secluded meditation these few months. You probably don't know, right? 10 days ago, due to someone buying large amounts of low-grade pills. The sects and factions of the 5 continents and 12 islands all noticed the spiritual wave. Then they went all out to dump it. Now, those beast crystals and mind stones were only 20% of the original price. The explosive drop in price still didn't stop. Speaking of which, this matter also had something to do with that Zhongsho. It was this person who took out hundreds of grade 7 beast crystals and bought them. It was said that this kid had already earned a lot. However, he knew how to restrain himself. In just a few days, he sold all the pills at market price to Taiyuan sect and Wujue Villa in exchange for the protection of these 2 sections. Unfortunately, this kid can't cultivate. If not, with his intelligence, his future achievements would be extraordinary. Long Rua's expression was instantly stunned. Why was it this Zhongsho again? Chapter 226. Within Ruo High Straits, within a large tent in the barracks. Zhongsho had a bitter face as he looked at the items in his hands. After a night of plundering, he only obtained 2 pill bottles as well as a few grade 6 beast crystals. Next, there were a few spiritual weapons placed at the side that were slightly more valuable. Just this little, small heaven and earth bag? Didn't you all just return from Jiafu City? Don't tell me you returned empty-handed? Forget about the others. There should be at least 8 or 10 of these earth energy pills, right? I heard Tantao say that Gantian Mountain and Xian Mountain City would purchase 10 to 20 earth energy pills from the Donglin sects to be used as offerings for Xuanwu ancestors. The small heaven and earth bag is something only hidden sects have. If your Gantian Mountain doesn't have it, then naturally our Blazing Flame Mountain doesn't have it? Xiong Kuei half knelt on the ground, his expression helpless. He looked at Zhongshou like he was looking at an idiot. As for Jiefu City, who conned our Blazing Flame Mountain? Our Blazing Flame Mountain exchanged for less than 15 earth energy pills, and most of them had to be sent back. Even as the prince of Blazing Flame Mountain, I can't be greedy. I only have 2, I'm not lying. Zhongshou couldn't help but facepalm, only feeling that his little heart couldn't take it anymore. He originally thought that this time he would be able to get back some of his money. However, the truth was that apart from the 4 earth energy pills he got from Xiong Kuei and Fengyu, he didn't have a single valuable item. The barracks that he had so much hope for only had 7 days of grain stored. Although it was enough for 400,000 people, its value couldn't be compared to 1 flame storm arrow. Next would be some stone and earth materials used to build the city. All right, there were also millions of arrows, 20,000 sets of spare weapons and armor, as well as 200,000 grade 2 beast crystals. These are probably the only valuable items. Unfortunately, most of them couldn't be carried. They could only regretfully burn or just toss them away. This time, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that they lost everything. Zhongshou couldn't help but grit his teeth. This was why he had to get the Monster King position. If they didn't hold Gantian Mountain in their hands, they wouldn't have any chance of winning. As for the way he looked at Xiong Kuei, his gaze gradually became dangerous. He rubbed his chin and started to ponder. How about this? Zhong Yuan, chop off one of his fingers and send it back to Raging Flame Mountain. Tell his father that I will only release him if he pays at least 20 grade 7 beast crystals as ransom. Xiong Kuei's face immediately turned pale. Seeing Zhong Yuan, who was standing behind Zhongshou, suddenly took a step forward, he hastily waved his hand and said, "Hold on, it's just a finger. I, Xiong Kuei, don't care." However, according to the rules of my Flame Bear clan, as long as one has been captured by others, it is impossible for one to inherit the position of patriarch. With my father's personality, he probably wouldn't even pay a single grade 1 beast crystal. Even if you cut off my fingers, it would be useless. Zhongshou was startled. He looked at Zhong Yuan and Ruo Shui with a questioning gaze. The two of them slightly nodded their heads to show that what Xiong Kuei said was true. Zhongshou instantly felt a chill in his heart. He was originally planning to extort a sum of money and then do something to Xiong Kuei's soul before releasing him, killing many birds with one stone. However, hearing what Xiong Kuei said, it seemed like he didn't even have half a grade 1 beast crystal. It was impossible for him to get it. His eyes couldn't help but turn even colder, shining uncertainly. He didn't have the small heaven and earth bag. He didn't have the earth energy pill, and he couldn't exchange for money. Then what was the point of this fellow living? Taking in a deep breath, Zhongshou had a thought. Zhong Yuan, after that Feng Yu's head is made into a urinal, can it be sold for money? Don't lie to me. Zhong Yuan's face instantly twitched. However, his tone was still calm as he said, reporting to the prince, during these few years, many people in Gantian Mountain have died in the hands of Feng Yu, amongst which there were tens of them who came from large races. Their families were all rich. Naturally, there were many who had grievances with Xiong Kuei. Zhongshou's eyes instantly lit up. Xiong Kuei's huge body and his eyes had become a shining golden urinal. At that time, it was best if people inlaid a few gems on it and made it into a piece of art. Most probably, he could sell it for a high price. When Xiong Kuei heard that, he wanted to cry, but no tears came out. He originally wanted to prevent his head from being made into a drowning vessel, which was why he gave up his pride and chose to surrender. However, hearing Zhongshou's tone, it seemed like he still couldn't avoid the fate of becoming a urinal. Thinking about how in the future other people's golden liquid was going to be poured into his head, he felt goosebumps all over his body. It was unbearable. Just as his heart was filled with despair, Xiong Kuei had an idea. His eyes rolled as he said decisively, Xiong Kuei, can't take out the money. However, I know the defensive map and spiritual formation structure of Blazing Flame Mountain City. Only then did Zhongshou retract his killing intent, smiling. At least you know your place. However, if you want to exchange for this life, it is still not enough. Continue. Xiong Kuei heaved a sigh of relief. Since he had already opened his mouth, then he didn't hesitate anymore. Without any psychological burden, he said, I also know the defensive maps of all the cities under Blazing Flame Mountain, as well as the strength of their troops. Even the grievances of the various races in Blazing Flame Mountain. Who is my father's trusted aide? Who wants to rebel? I can tell you all of that. Is the prince satisfied with all of this? Zhongshou kept silent, not agreeing or disagreeing. After a long while, just as Xiong Kuei started to feel uneasy, he suddenly smiled. Defensive map of Blazing Flame Mountain City? It is tempting, but it is still too far away. Zhongshou remembers that your Flame Xiong race has a heart technique passed down from generation to generation. What is it called? Emperor Flame Spiritual Technique. It is said that it has a huge secret and is related to the orthodoxy of an ancient monster emperor. Hearing the words monster emperor orthodoxy, that Zhong Yuan and Chu Shui were both shocked. Xiong Kuei's face instantly turned ashen white. This time, his expression was solemn, and he didn't say a single word. The glow in his eyes slowly turned deathly silent. Zhongshou's eyes squinted. Looking at the situation, he knew that he wouldn't be able to get anything out of him. He didn't care, waving his hand. Zhong Yuan and Shui, you all back off to the door. Zhong Yuan's brows couldn't help but furrow as he looked closely at Xiong Kuei. He didn't hesitate, retreating 100 feet out with Chu Shui. Following which Zhongshou didn't speak, his eyes half closed like he was asleep. Xiong Kuei's breathing slowly became heavier and heavier. His arms suddenly clenched and then loosened. Even after a long while, he still didn't make any movements. Zhongshou broke out into a laugh. You don't dare? There won't be such a good chance in the future. If you can capture me and bring me back to Blazing Flame Mountain, not only are you not at fault, but you are also rewarded. Are you so afraid? Zhong Yuan, back off another 100 feet. Zhong Yuan's brows furrowed, just as he was about to back out of the tent. Xiong Kuei's body suddenly exploded. His body exploded out like beans exploding. The chakra meridians that should have been locked up were all shaken open. He was like a bowstring that was released after being suppressed to the extreme. He roared as he grabbed Zhongshou. His body was shining with a flame. Seeing that Zhong Yuan and Chu Shui were hundreds of feet away, it was too late to save him. Joy flashed in Xiong Kuei's eyes. Success. Although he didn't know why this Zhongshou was so dumb. He also didn't understand the many suspicious points within. He only knew that as long as he captured this Zhongshou, he would be able to escape today. Who knows, he might even be able to wash away the humiliation and take down this Zhongshou and Zhong Yuan's heads to play with. His hand was already inches away from Zhongshou, just as he was feeling excited. Suddenly, a smile appeared on Zhongshou's face. Then, he casually stepped to the left and avoided it. It was actually at a blind spot that Xiong Kuei's hand couldn't reach. The sword light in his right hand flashed as it pierced through the dense energy. He viciously used the back of the sword to viciously smack the side of Xiong Kuei's arm. Xiong Kuei also felt a wave of numbness in his right hand. He felt as if he had been bitten by a poisonous snake. Then, an extremely tricky chi force suddenly penetrated his body and spread out in all directions. He had to go all out to barely block the sudden cold and sudden heat, causing his body to go numb. However, at this moment, Xiong Kuei's eyes were filled with confusion. What he cared about in his heart wasn't the chaotic true chi in his body. What he cared about was the exquisite dodge of Zhongshou, that totally unexpected sword. Only when he nearly charged out of the tent did he come back to his senses. His eyes instantly constricted into a needle shape. Not only did this Zhong show no martial arts, but his strength wasn't bad. He was actually at the Xiantian realm. His sword technique was exquisite. As expected, rumors couldn't be trusted. People only knew that Purple Lightning Spear Zhong Yuan had lost all his spiritual energy and would disappear into the crowd. However, he suddenly exploded out, comprehending the maniac lightning spear sense and killing 4 Xuanwu ancestors. This Zhong Shou, the trash and the rumors, actually hid his strength so deeply. A 14-year-old Xiantian, he was known as one of the top talents of Blazing Flame Mountain. With the help of medicine, he only broke through to the Xiantian realm when he was 21. This Zhong Shou was only 14 and reached the Xiantian realm. Speaking of which, Zhong Yuan retreated because he knew that his master would be fine. However, he didn't have any intentions of retreating. The difference between the two of them was still 5 grades. His combat strength could be compared to Xuanwu ancestors, and he also had trump cards that he hadn't used yet. He didn't believe that he couldn't capture this Zhong Shou. This 14-year-old kid couldn't be more overpowered than Zhong Yuan. The moment such a thought rose up, just as Xiong Kuei was about to break out of the tent, he suddenly turned around. The flames around his body increased by several times. Then, they condensed and turned into a silver-white color. The aura around his body was even more domineering as it covered the entire tent. Xiong Kuei's body also became much faster at this moment. His entire body turned into an afterimage as he grabbed out with a palm toward the teen. The entire process was the same as before, trying to be as silent as possible. The corner of Zhong Shou's lips curled up. As expected, what Xiong Kuei trained in was the secret technique of the Flame Xiong race, the Emperor Flame spiritual art. In his last life, he only occasionally saw an incomplete version. The chant was lacking too much, and he was unable to understand some of the crucial parts. At this moment, through the energy that was injected into his body, he could feel how he used his true qi. Those parts that he couldn't fix were instantly clear. To be continued. Chapter 227. While deducing in his head, Zhong Shou stepped forwards once more. His entire body didn't retreat, but instead advanced, facing the intense flame energy and fiercely thrusting his sword forward. When his sword was halfway through, a spiral sword energy formed from the entanglement of fire and water suddenly shot out from his sword. The sword light shone, easily piercing through the wind and directly stabbing towards that person's throat. Xiong Kuei's eyes squinted, instinctively wanting to slap the sword away. However, just as he waved his hand, his eyes constricted, filled with shock. It was just a simple sword stabbing over. At most, it would have a negligible amplitude. However, at this moment, he only felt that no matter how he tried to block, he was unable to prevent the sword from stabbing into his throat. Pretty much instinctively, Xiong Kuei's body explosively retreated, his right hand still slashing out with a palm knife. Numerous silver-white flames spat out, turning into a several-foot-long flame whip, slashing towards Zhong Shou's waist. So that's the case. This is your Flaming Bear race's Emperor Flame spiritual art. As expected, it is extraordinary. Zhong Shou's eyes lit up, the sword in his hand still stabbing and shaking, viciously slapping onto Xiong Kuei's chin. Then, he casually slashed to the side, smashing that flame whip into pieces. There weren't any sparks on his body as he pointed at Xiong Kuei, smiling warmly. You finally took out some true ability. However, to capture me and escape, it is far from enough. Xiong Kuei's expression was extremely ugly. He gritted his teeth, causing blood to seep out from his gums. There was also an exploding spiral energy that charged into his chin. Fire and water swirled around, and he needed to go all out to get rid of it. At this moment, no matter how dumb he was, he knew that Zhong Shou was baiting him to attack. This Zhong Shou was not only strong as he thought, but his sword path was one with the spirit. If Zhong Shou wanted to kill him, then the two swords just now could have taken his life. At this moment, he had an urge to curse. If this Gantia Mountain Prince was really trash like the rumors said, then what was the relationship between him and Feng Yu? Dregs? He should have known that if someone like Zhong Yuan was willing to serve him, how could he really be a cripple? Zhong Shou's eyes were still half closed as he continued to sense the changes in his opponent's aura. Gradually, a hint of joy appeared in his eyes. He had a basic understanding of the principles behind the Imperial Flame Spirit art. Of course, there were still many things that he didn't know. However, with his martial arts experience, it was enough to complete this puzzle. Just as he was thinking that since this person wasn't going to make a move, he might as well get rid of him once and for all, Xiong Kuei roared once again and pounced like a tiger. His entire body was like a giant wall, pressing down horizontally. The viciousness in his eyes was almost tangible. Before this, he had used all his strength to suppress his aura so as not to alarm the people outside the tent. At this moment, he didn't care at all. This palm grabbed out, causing the temperature in the tent to rise by several times, and energy spread all around. The carpet and curtains started to spontaneously combust. The first one to feel that something wasn't right was Zhong Gang, who was standing outside the tent like a javelin. He was arranged by Zhong Shou to guard outside the tent. Zhong Yuan, that brat, could instead follow the prince in. Zhong Gang's brows were tightly furrowed, his heart filled with jealousy and unhappiness. At this moment, when he heard the tiger roar from within the tent, he charged in right away. When the situation in the distance jumped into his field of vision, Zhong Gang's eyes turned red, instinctively pouncing forwards. However, just as his body moved, an intense spear energy stabbed over from the side. It blocked off his forward momentum. Zhong Yuan, it's you. As expected, you have the ambition of a wolf. All of a sudden, Zhong Gang felt his heart clench. That's right, with Zhong Yuan's personality, how would he be willing to serve the prince? If Zhong Shou died in the hands of Xiong Kuei, then this fellow naturally wouldn't be restricted by the blood oath. However, he felt that it wasn't right. Zhong Yuan's spear energy was just a block and didn't have any killing intent. Moreover, using such a method, even if he could break free from the blood oath, he would suffer huge losses. Before he had time to think, Zhong Gang pulled out his knife. He slashed apart the spear image that stabbed over. However, at this moment, he heard a crisp paw sound. Zhong Gang's body instantly froze. Oh my god, what did he see? Xiong Kuei, who went all out to pounce towards Zhong Shou, was hit by a bright sword on his face. His entire person was smacked back dozens of feet. The owner of the long sword was Zhong Shou, who was supposed to be in danger. Originally, he didn't believe it, but a moment later, Xiong Kuei had already pounced over. His aura was really fierce. His entire person was like a giant bear burning with silver-white flames. Those hands seemed like they could rip apart everything. However, just as he arrived in front of Zhong Shou, he was cleanly slashed away by Zhong Shou's sword. At this moment, the situation of the two people in front of him was totally flipped in Zhong Gang's heart. Xiong Kuei, who should have been like a giant bear fighting a rabbit, had become a rabbit baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, but didn't pose any threat at all. As for Zhong Shou, who should have no strength to fight back, and should have closed his eyes and waited for death, he was now a lion teasing and playing with a red-eyed rabbit. Only after a short while did Zhong Gang come back to his senses. Then, he hollered out, "Everyone back off!" Within 3 breaths, all back off 5,000 feet. Whoever dares to peek, whoever dares to use their spiritual sense to probe, I will take their heads. Outside of the tent, the Black Fox cavalry, who were originally following behind, exchanged glances with one another. Although they found it weird, they still followed Zhong Gang's words, turning their backs and backing off 5,000 feet. At this moment, Zhong Gang took in a deep breath. Young master knows martial arts? If I didn't see wrongly, young master he. Looking forward, Zhong Gang's eyes shone, not daring to be sure. His sword path is one with the spirit. The prince's sword path is indeed 100 times better than ours. Zhong Yuan nodded slightly, and then said expressionlessly, "However, the prince mainly cultivates in spiritual cultivation and is now a night wandering spirit master." Zhong Gang's heart constricted once more. However, This stab was different from the fear before. It brought about unspeakable joy. When he heard the words Knight, Wandering Spirit Master, he instinctively didn't believe it. However, he noticed that each step Zhongsho took was borrowing the spiritual energy around. This was why he didn't fear the white flames. His body was buffed by several spells, and he also had several spiritual artifacts of high grades, to be able to go head-to-head with Xiong Kuei and not be at a disadvantage. His eyes opened wide as he looked at the side at Ruoshui, who was quietly kneeling like an invisible person. Just as his eyes showed a questioning intent, he saw Ruoshui look over, her eyes extremely pure. "I said that young master is strong. Don't worry." Zhonggang was instantly speechless. Those few simple sentences counted as speaking to him. On the side of Zhongsho, he slashed Xiong Kuei a few times. He seemed to feel impatient, shaking his head nonstop. "What a waste. Your cultivation has only reached the 6th meridian martial ancestor realm. This Emperor Flame's spiritual art is far from perfect. Zhong Yuan, pass me your spear." Zhong Yuan didn't hesitate to toss the purple lightning spear in his hand far away. Zhongsho caught it in his hand and took a look. He saw that the energy-gathering pearl on the spear was still there, but the spiritual formation on it was nowhere to be seen. Zhongsho didn't care, holding the end of the spear and pointing it straight ahead. "Although you have comprehended that maniac lightning spear sense well, you can only borrow strength to form it and not grasp the foundations. Today, I will use it once more. Look carefully." When he said that, the purple spear was surrounded by an eye-catching purple light. Numerous lightning snakes formed in the air, gathering at the tip of the spear from all directions. Zhong Yuan was startled. His eyes instantly filled with joy as he looked carefully. As for Xiong Kuei, he had a totally different feeling. He only felt that the lightning glow that Zhongsho gathered was less than a tenth of the maniac lightning spear sense that Zhong Yuan used before. However, it was more condensed, completely absorbed into his body and the spear blade. The aura he gave off was even more dangerous. In the next instance, he saw the spear tip shake slightly, following which the entire sky was filled with purple spear afterimages. In that instance, who knows how many times it stabbed out. He only knew that it was like many lethal spear shadows crazily piercing over. Xiong Kuei hollered out, not daring to take it head-on, using all his strength to explosively retreat. The purple spear blade in front of his eyes suddenly appeared and disappeared, suddenly real and suddenly illusionary, covering the sky and covering the sun. His arms waved about unpredictably, trying to block. However, he was unable to come into contact with the spear body. He only felt that his body was pierced by the purple spear shadow, spear after spear. Who knows how many holes were pierced on his body. When a sky full of blade glows finally retracted, Zhongsho was still standing 100 feet away. He was frowning like he was thinking about something. Xiong Kuei suddenly lost all his strength, kneeling on the ground powerlessly. Lowering his head to look at his body, there were hundreds of bloody holes. Luckily, this Zhongsho seemed to have held back some strength and showed mercy. The wounds weren't deep and didn't truly hurt his vital organs. Even then, these hundreds of wounds left him on the verge of death. Zhong Yuan's eyes were filled with a bright glow. However, he wasn't focused like he was fully focused on recalling and thinking. The image of the spear striking out like a flood was enough for him to remember for the rest of his life. This was the true maniac lightning spear sense. Zhonggang was silent, looking at Zhongsho like he didn't know him. Just now, even he couldn't count how many spears Zhongsho had shot out. If he didn't know that the person in front of him was the bloodline of the ruler, and that his soul was extremely pure, without any signs of harmony, he wouldn't have thought that the spear in front of him was the ruler's bloodline. He pretty much thought that Lin Fan was impersonating him or taking over his body. Zhongsho was confused for a moment before he came back to his senses. He casually tossed the spear in his hand back to Zhong Yuan before entering deep thought once more. He had an idea of his own strength. His spear technique shouldn't be so strong. It definitely shouldn't be, so strong that Xiong Kuei couldn't even block one spear. Just now, when he struck out with his spear, he felt as if his true qi and spiritual energy were in perfect harmony at that moment. Chapter 228. That spear just now seemed to be spirit and martial arts merging into one. Zhongsho squinted his eyes and thought back to the feeling just now. No, it was still far from that. Not long ago, he used the lightning magnetic force to push the spear and also used all his strength to stimulate his true qi muscles. A total of 234 spears. If it was true spirit and martial arts merging into one, then 1,000 spears wouldn't be a problem. His strength wasn't something that he could control now. At that time, his strength wouldn't be any weaker than those peak Xuanwu ancestors who were 9 meridians of the Earth Chakra level. Everything within a few thousand feet would turn into dust and sand. However, this soul power and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth didn't conflict with the internal energy and vital energy in his body. Moreover, compared to a few days ago, they were much closer. A simple explanation would be that in the past, his soul power and true qi were 1 plus 1 is equal to 1. 5. Now, 1 plus 1 is equal to 2. Naturally, his strength had greatly increased. If this went on, he might have some hope of merging spirit and martial arts. He imagined in his heart that his strength would increase explosively, and then he would become the overlord of Donglin Cloud Continent. Zhongsho gave out a self-mocking laugh. It wasn't hard to coordinate soul power and true qi. Roughly when he broke through to the Heaven Meridian realm, he could slowly do it. However, to merge the two, even those celestial realm experts were a few streets away from it. Even among the Saint realm, there were very few who could do it. As for himself, forget about the martial path. His spirit master foundations were actually really shallow. He didn't need to fantasize about it, and couldn't force it. Zhongsho gathered strength in his palm, and a ball of flame suddenly spat out. It was actually a silver-white flame. Compared to the silver flame on Xiong Kuei's body, apart from the color being slightly lighter and having some spiral energy characteristics, it was no different. Xiong Kuei, who was half kneeling on the ground, opened his eyes wide. This is the Emperor Flame spiritual art. Where did you learn it from? Suddenly, he seemed to have thought about something. Xiong Kuei's eyes were filled with shock as he looked at Zhongsho. His tone was one word at a time, filled with difficulty. Was it just now? You only exchanged blows with me 6 times? At this moment, not only Xiong Kuei, but even the other people around were startled. After exchanging blows for a short while, he was able to deduce the crux of a top-grade secret technique. Even an expert of the immortal martial realm wouldn't be able to do that, right? This level of talent was simply inhuman. Zhong Gang and Zhong Yuan had always been curious as to how Zhongsho could possess such terrifying sword techniques. Deep Z also seemed to have some attainments in spear techniques. At this moment, they all revealed looks of realization. To be able to deduce an almost complete top-notch secret martial art within a few dozen breaths. If such a person were to study the way of the sword, it would not be unacceptable for him to reach such a level within a few years of practicing martial arts. Zhongsho was completely unaware of everyone's astonished gazes and continued to study wholeheartedly. Only after an hour did he retract the silver flame in his hand. He was still deep in thought. The reason why he wanted to learn this technique from Xiong Kuei was mainly because of himself and Irin. The Imperial Flame Spirit art was passed down from the ancient Cloud Desolate era and was one of the strongest fire attribute techniques. Not only was it useful for him to perfect the world-shocking spiritual art, it could also help him perfect Xianyuan Irin's cultivation method. As for this secret technique being related to the legacy of the ancient monster emperor, he didn't think much about it. In the future, in the library, he didn't see much detailed information about this. He only knew that in the end, Blazing Flame Mountain did produce a strong person. It was said that he inherited the legacy of an ancient monster emperor. Not only was his martial strength strong, But he also built an elite cavalry that could compare to the Blood Cloud cavalry. There were only 2,000 of them, but they were invincible for a period of time. During the spiritual wave era, they were really strong. They once suppressed Donglin Cloud continent, causing many sects to back off, occupying 20-odd provinces of land. However, although this person rose up quickly, he also fell really quickly. In a short 6 years, he fell. Ling Yun's sect, who had recovered a portion of their strength, gathered the experts of Donglin to surround and kill him. The one who died was really heroic. That person shouldn't be this Xiong Kuei in front of him, right? Zhong Shou came back to his senses and looked carefully at this blazing flame mountain prince whose body was dyed in blood, following which he shook his head slightly. Legend had it that when the blazing flame mountain monster king died, he suffered 149 punches, 221 swords, and there were also numerous spear wounds and knife wounds. When he was about to die, he still went all out to kill. After dying together with 2 ascended ancestors, he died laughing out loud. The image of this Xiong Kuei in front of him was correct. However, his aura didn't seem like it. There was no way this fellow could be so bold. When he read the biography of this person, he was really impressed. No matter what, he was unable to link this Xiong Kuei with that person, breaking out into a laugh. Only then did Zhong Shou notice the shocked gazes of the people around. He was first startled, and moments later he comprehended something. He couldn't help but frown. He didn't know how to explain this matter. Did he have to tell these few people that he had already seen this Imperial Flame Spirit art book in his last life, and it included half of the contents? Thinking about it carefully, it wasn't a bad thing. Zhong Shou acted like he didn't know, keeping the sword in his hand. He still looked at Xiong Kuei with deep meaning. Since the matter is done, we can leave. As for this fellow, let people treat his injuries. If he doesn't die, let him take out the city defense map and follow. After saying that, he walked in the direction of the carriages in the distance. Chu Shui was stunned. Moments later, she hurriedly chased up, saying weirdly, "Young master, are we really not going to care about him? It's good that this Xiong Kuei didn't run. Why would he follow? He isn't a fool?" Zhong Shou smiled, asking Zhong Gang, who was at the side, if uncle was this Xiong Kuei, would he follow? Zhong Gang didn't hesitate to shake his head, no. His gaze was really complicated as he stared deeply at Zhong Shou, sizing him up. He felt both happy and unfamiliar. In that instance, it was like a ruler had returned. He remembered that in the past, when his brother Weiran asked him questions, he would use such a tone. Gentle, but didn't lose his majesty. Calm, but filled with confidence. He was also decisive when killing. After being distracted for a moment, Zhong Gang retracted all his thoughts, explaining, the city defense map that this person revealed is just a small matter. However, this Emperor Flame's spiritual art isn't small. If that person from Blazing Flame Mountain knows, even if Xiong Kuei is his son, he will go all out to kill him. Apart from following us to Gantian Mountain, Xiong Kuei has no other way out. When he said that, even when he didn't notice, his tone was filled with respect, like when Zhong Weiran was still alive. So for such a person, even if we let him escape, it is okay. Zhong Shou smiled, using his finger to flick Chu Shui's brow, following which he asked casually, "Oh right, Uncle Gang has been to Oblivion Cloud Ocean, so do you know if my father is dead or alive? What is the situation over there?" Zhong Gang's body paused, suddenly feeling ashamed, suddenly filled with hatred. A moment later he clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. "I am useless. I have been in the Oblivion Cloud Ocean for many months and still don't know if the ruler is dead or alive. I only know that there are a few ascended ancestors waiting nearby. I had snuck in, but just as I reached the outer regions, I was forced to retreat." After hesitating slightly, Zhong Gang pulled open the sleeve of his left arm. A small half of the muscles on his arm had rotted. It was already healing, but the greenish-purple color and the thick blood was still a ghastly sight. Zhong Gang smiled bitterly. "This is just the outer regions. A grade 6 blood scorpion injured me. I heard that not only are there many poisonous creatures, but there are also numerous grade 7 and 8 beasts. With my estimation, the ruler is most probably dead. Zhongsho's brows furrowed before he calmed down. This Zhong gang really came to Oblivion Cloud Ocean and didn't just search the outer regions. He was really loyal to Zone Weiran. However, this person didn't bother about Zone Weiran's 20,000 personal troops, instead leading 1,000 Black Fox Iron Cavalry to Oblivion Cloud Ocean. One could see that he wasn't a talent. A person who could only be a general and not a commander, this was the type of person. If it wasn't for the ruler that Zone Weiran left being roped in, the Zhongsho in the last life might have had a chance of survival. In this Ruahai Straits, Zhongsho only allowed his 5,000 cavalry to rest for a night before they set off once more. However, different from when they came a day ago, the Shin Mountain Armor Cavalry were filled with high morale and high spirits. Occasionally, when they looked at Zhongsho's carriage, their gazes were much gentler and filled with respect. It wasn't because of the huge victory yesterday, but because Zhongsho ordered people to search for the corpses of those who died in battle and personally buried them. He also ordered people to carve a stone stele to mark it. At that time, when they bowed in front of the stone stele, half of their grievances were removed. As for the remaining people, they were all rewarded with beast crystals and mind stones. Not only was it fair, but it was also exceptionally generous. Anyone who participated in the charge of the formation was given a heavy bag of beast crystals, as well as pills that they snatched. Even at the back, those who protected the carriage formation were also given a lot of rewards. Especially those who died in battle, their families were guaranteed a few generations of food and clothing. Even those 1,000 Black Fox Iron Cavalry were also rewarded for killing tens of Spirit Masters and 8,000 elite soldiers. Even if their prince didn't know martial arts or spells, at least he was generous and knew how to care for his soldiers. However, what they didn't know was that Zhongsho was staring at his money bag in a daze. Only when the carriage left Ruahai Straits did he sigh and shift his gaze away. Actually, as compared to those energy-destroying spirit upheaval talismans, the compensation and rewards weren't much. Although his heart hurt, it wasn't worth it for him to do that. What Zhongsho was worried about now was the future. At that time, all the heroes would rise up, and there would be wars every year in Donglin Cloud Continent. The various cities and sects would have endless conflicts. If each time it was such a loss of blood, what would happen? Chapter 229. Outside of Ruahai Straits, there were many scattered troops of Yunxiao Mountains scattered on the plains and roads. However, Zhongsho was too lazy to bother about them. The 5,000 cavalry that followed didn't bother about them either. Each of them had 3 horses, protecting the hundreds of carriages as they continued to gallop towards Gantian Mountain. The only change was that Zone Gang took over command. He had been through many battles and was also Zone Weiran's personal general. The food and lodging arrangements along the way, as well as the arrangement of formations, were much better than Tan Tao's. They protected Zhong Yuan tightly. Zhong Yuan once again hid in a cloud-crossing carriage. He took 2 earth energy pills, as well as the 2 lightning attribute spiritual veins that Zhongsho captured to try to break through in these few days. As for Xiong Kuei, he followed. Who knows where he found a few Windrider foals. Unexpectedly, his expression didn't change at all as he gracefully followed the convoy, eating and drinking as if he was an honored guest. He was totally unable to tell that before this he was beaten up by Zhongsho. Even Chu Shui and Hu Zhongyuan admired how shameless this person was. Zhongsho also spent the entire day in the carriage. Apart from occasionally stopping to set up camp to rest, he pretty much didn't show his face. For 2 consecutive days, he stayed in the carriage, going all out to study the Emperor Flame's spiritual art. Not only did he perfect it, but he also merged the core essence into his world-shocking spiritual art. Unfortunately, there were too few things that he could learn from. On the morning of the 3rd day, Zhongsho felt a neither strong nor weak spiritual energy fluctuation from the carriage behind him. Without needing to look, he knew that it was Zhong Yuan who had broken through and merged with the 5th spiritual vein. Zhong Shou couldn't help but laugh awkwardly while praising the effects of the earth energy pill. As expected, it was really amazing. At the same time, he sighed for himself. Actually, the lightning phoenix essence in his body was far better than the earth energy pill. His body constitution was already comparable to some of the weaker martial arts grandmasters after being tempered in the pool. Compared to Zhong Yuan, his attainments in martial arts were countless times better. However, because of the world-shocking spiritual art and the spiral energy, he was unable to complete the Earth Chakra level content. He could only be stuck at the early Khanate Meridian stage, unable to move. They could only watch as Zhong Yuan's cultivation soared. Even Chu Shue and his two spiritual beasts, with the help of the Earth Energy Pill, would probably only need a few days to catch up to him. After this day, Zhong Shou decided to temporarily put aside the matter of perfecting the world-shocking spirit art. Turning around, he picked up the Spirit Master secret manuals he got from Xian Mountain City and started to comprehend them. He actually had some gains. With Shi Dan, a return to Sun Realm Spirit Master, by his side, he could ask for advice at any time. Many of his questions were answered, and he also learned some tricks, even though there were still some reservations in his words. When Zhong Shou cultivated soul power and formed the true spiritual charms, he was still 30% faster than before. Feeling excited, Zhong Shou started to draw talismans. Actually, when he was in Jiefu City, he had bought many talismans, and they were all top quality. This time, just the spirit masters that he had personally killed numbered 40, and they were all at the Night Wandering Realm. The talismans that he obtained could be said to be an ocean amount, greatly filling up his inventory. However, based on what Shi Dan taught him, when a spirit master drew talismans, not only could they deepen their understanding of the laws and the heavens, it was also a cultivation method. It was a form of cultivation in itself, and it was very beneficial for condensing true talismans. Even if the true spiritual talisman was formed, after each successful talisman drawing, it could make it stronger and thicker, causing these spiritual charms to become clearer in the soul ocean. Not only could it shorten the time needed to cast spells, but it could also increase one's sensitivity to the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Even if one was a sword cultivator, this was also a cultivation method that couldn't be lacking. At first, Zhong Shou didn't fully believe it, but after a day of drawing talismans, he felt a bitter taste in his mouth. As expected, the secret techniques of spirit masters were passed down from generation to generation, and they were really tight. Such a shallow trick. Even in the future, where information was so advanced, there weren't any records of this. If he wasn't a talisman path grandmaster, he would have had an unstable foundation at the first step of a spirit master's cultivation. At this moment, he could only grit his teeth and make up for what he had missed. Starting from the first lightning word talisman, then water, fire, gold. Every morning, each word would be drawn with a full 100 of the same element spells. The grade also went from low to high. When Zhong Shou started to craft grade 4 talismans, he felt that his soul ocean whirlpool was showing signs of expanding once more. His connection with the god talisman seeds outside of the whirlpool was getting tighter and tighter. He suddenly comprehended and knew that he only needed to draw grade 5 talismans. Most probably, he would be able to totally merge with these god talisman seeds. Not only would his soul power greatly increase, but he would also be able to use a portion of grade 7 and above god talisman spells. With such a bright future, Zhong Shou was naturally fully focused. Drawing talismans every day was the most boring. At the start, there was Chu Shui and Ruoshui accompanying him to chat with the two of them. That exquisite technique also gave Shi Dan a violent shock. However, as time went on, not only did Chu Shui run away early in the morning, but Ruoshui also pretended to sleep. Even Shi Dan lost interest and stopped looking on. Since Zhong Shou was bored, he decided to find some fun for himself. Every day, apart from drawing talismans, he would draw tens of luck talismans. Then, he would let Ruoshui silently stick on his Xiong Kuei's body. Then, from time to time, He would observe this person's movements for fun, soothing his mind. His current soul power was close to 100 times stronger than when he was at the bottom of Pill Spirit Mountain. The luck talismans that he drew were naturally much stronger. Not only did the time last, but it was also much longer. Even the effects seemed to have increased by a lot. In a full 2 days, Xiong Kuei had made a huge mistake over 10 times. Not only were the 3 Wind Rider foals all damaged, unable to ride and gallop in a short time, but he himself was also dizzy from the fall. With his close to Xuanwu ancestor cultivation, he could easily avoid it. However, each time he tried to jump up or dodge, there were all sorts of accidents that happened. There were even 2 times where it was so dangerous that he nearly lost his life. However, maybe because he wasn't in a busy city and was in the wilderness, or maybe because his luck was too bad, Xiong Kuei only picked up a few bags at start. Who knows whether or not it was left by the defeated Yunxia and Blazing Flame City soldiers. But his gains were not small. On the 5th day, he totally missed the escape route of those defeated soldiers and generals, so he didn't gain any more gold. However, along the way, he found many wild spiritual herbs and ores. There was once when he fell from the horse. He actually knocked out a pile of grade 3 mined stone ores. Even his own martial path had 2 comprehensions, improving by a lot. This caused Xiong Kuei to be surprised. His eyes were filled with a fierce glow as he stared at the 2 cloud crossing carriages that Zhongsho sat in. However, in the end, he sighed. Who knows if it was because he recalled the storm-like spear attacks that day. But after a moment of fear appeared on his face, he retracted his gaze. At the start, Zhongsho still had the mood of testing and playing around. However, after the 6th day, his expression slowly turned serious. Each time he drew that luck word god talisman, he paid more and more attention. Every day, he took out a large portion of his time to focus on observing Xiong Kuei. However, after these few days, not only did Xiong Kuei feel that something wasn't right, but he also became more careful. From morning till night, he was nervous and on guard. Even Chu Shui slowly noticed that something wasn't right. She asked around from Ruoshui and recalled the situation when she was in Xiaoyuan City. It was similar to the current Xiong Kuei. She instantly saw through Zhongsho's evil actions, following which she was naturally filled with killing intent as she found Zhongsho, who was drawing the talisman. Young master, that day in Xiaoyuan City, you did something good, right? Zhongsho was startled. Then he held the brush in one hand and continued to act like he was drawing on the talisman paper. He was thinking to himself that this little kitten was able to notice so quickly this time. Did she really become smart? He couldn't help but raise his eyes, only to see 2 balls of flames burning in Chushua's eyes. Zhongsho's heart instantly thumped, and even the hand holding the brush trembled slightly. That perfectly straight vertical line actually slanted to the side a great distance away. He could only helplessly crush this broken talisman paper into a ball and toss it out of the window. He acted like he didn't understand. What good thing? What happened in Xiaoyuan City that day? Shui, why can't I understand what you were saying? Chu Shui scoffed, flipping her palm and sending an unused luck talisman to Zhongsho. Her tone was firm. You still want to deny it? Do you see this? This is evidence. I got it from Sister Ruoshui. I remember that young master you drew the same talisman, right? If it wasn't for you, how would Shui fall for no reason? Zhongshoxin grumbled in his heart, glancing at Ruoshui, who was lying on the soft bed. He saw that the latter was lazily lying on her side like she had already fallen asleep. Only her eyelids trembled slightly, opening a slit as she peeked over. However, when Zhongsho looked over, she hurriedly closed her eyes. Her breathing was even like she had really fallen asleep. Zhongsho couldn't help but have a headache, deciding to continue denying it. Shaking his head, Shui, don't malign me. What kind of evidence is this? Just because I wanted Ruoshui to stick it on Xiong Kuei's body? As for the talisman I drew that day, I have long lost it. Shui, you accidentally fell. You can't blame it on others. Your young master doesn't have such ability. Chu Shui bit her lips with her pearly white teeth, directly interrupting. I have counted, Xiong Kuei fell off the horse 14 times in these 3 days. One time he injured his bones and tendons while training. 3 times he choked to death when drinking water. He picked up 60 grade 4 beast crystals, 25 grade 3 mind stones, 2 grade 2 spiritual artifacts, and 30-odd spiritual herbs. When I was in Seiyuan City, it was the same, falling 4 times and picking up 11,000 silver and 2 night pearls. I was smashed by a potted plant in exchange for a 1,000-year lightning apricot seed. Chapter 230. After sitting cross-legged, Zhongsho didn't bother about his monster body anymore. He picked up the Emperor Flame spiritual art that he had given up on and started to study it. Numerous thoughts flashed across his mind. Lines of incantations and diagrams appeared in his mind. Actually, a few days ago it was the same. He was filled with inspiration, but he was unable to find a breakthrough point. He merged this fire element cultivation method into his world-shocking spiritual art. When he started to deduce once more, it was the same situation. Like there was a layer that he was unable to break through. He closed his eyes and thought for a full 8 minutes, but he still had no idea. In the end, Zhongsho could only helplessly stop. It seemed like he was unable to enter a state of comprehension like Xiong Kuei. It seemed like the luck brought by the luck talisman wasn't that useful. Luckily, he didn't have much hope at his heart. Naturally, he didn't feel any regret. As a matter of fact, he was already gratified that nothing bad had happened during the short period of time he had been meditating. When he opened his eyes, he saw that Chu Shui was cleaning up the messy carriage. She took a cloth and tried to wipe off the spiritual ink juice that had fallen onto the carpet. Her upper body was low, but was high, her shirt tightly wrapped around her, showing off the perfect shape of her butt. Maybe because recently Chu Shui's body was quickly growing taller, her dress was a little tight. Even the gully at her lower body was pretty much fully revealed. Zhongsho's eyes lit up as he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He viciously stared at it, carefully memorizing the shape. Then, he acted like a gentleman and turned his head away. Just as he was thinking that this little lass was simply bewitching, he suddenly felt a surge of energy within his body. That fire and water spiral, true energy, started to riot once more. Luckily, this time Zhongsho was prepared and went all out to suppress it right away. Sitting on the bed, with Ruo Shui protecting him, nothing unexpected happened. Just as the true qi in his body was calmed down by him, Zhongsho suddenly had a flash of inspiration, as his eyes emitted a brilliant glow. Then, his pupils gradually lost their focus and his gaze flickered. In his mind, he was frantically calculating. All the techniques related to water, fire, and lightning that were buried in his memories were extracted one after another. It filled the gaps in the world-shocking spirit art and the imperial flame spirit art. Spiritual energy was also surging around his body. In particular, the water and fire spirits were the most active. One could faintly see purple lightning flashing in the surroundings. After a short while, Zhongsho's face lit up with joy. He had actually made a breakthrough. This momentary epiphany was enough to save him several months of comprehension. The second and third levels of the Earth Wheel level of the world-shocking spiritual art were rapidly being perfected. Not only was he full of vigor, but his thoughts were also terrifyingly clear. It was as if a search engine had been installed in the tens of thousands of martial arts manuals that he had memorized in the past. The essence of the words and martial arts techniques were all easily grasped without any effort at all. At this rate, he might only need a day's time to perfect more than half of the earth chakra cultivation method. He was filled with joy in his heart, but he forcefully suppressed it, using his calmest state to deduce these 2 cultivation methods. Just as he was about to reach the 4th level, Zhongsho's right eyelid twitched once more, as he had a really bad premonition. In the next moment, he felt the entire carriage beneath his feet suddenly stop with a loud rumble. It was as if it had collided with something, causing the entire carriage to fly up. What made Zhongsho speechless was that the tables and paperweights that had just been placed in front of him were all sent flying by a huge force. Without exception, they all smashed towards the direction where Zhongsho was sitting. At this moment, Zhongsho wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Once wasn't enough, why was it happening again? Was this really retribution? As expected, the true qi in his body went berserk once more, and he was unable to move. In the next moment, Ruoshui acted. A thin and long soft sword instantly appeared in front of him, forming a heavy sword veil. Everything in front of him was cut into pieces. However, at this moment, not only was Zhongsho unable to calm down, but that bad feeling was getting thicker and thicker. This time it took even longer, a full half a cup of tea's time before the carriage totally stopped. He originally thought that they were attacked, but after it calmed down, he realized that the spiritual formation within the carriage had temporarily gone out of control. It took a long time before it was repaired. At this moment, Zhongsho was totally powerless as he laid on the soft couch. His body had a few more red and swollen areas, and the clothes on his body were all tattered. He looked really tragic. If one looked carefully, one could notice that there were tens of shallow sword wounds on his chest and abdomen. Although the wounds were shallow, one or two of them could cause heavy injuries if one wasn't careful. This time, the one whose face was filled with shame was Ruoshui. She knelt at the side, looking at Zhongsho with an innocent and apologetic gaze. However, her eyes were filled with uncontrollable laughter. Chu Shui on the side couldn't help but giggle. Zhongshoxin was furious. If it wasn't for him being exhausted, he would have grabbed the two of them and viciously smacked their butts. However, when his body slightly recovered some energy, he sat up straight. The moment he sat up again, a ball of spiral energy came out from his palm. It was still fire and water spinning, but it was more balanced. And those purple lightning bolts were like a bridge, tightly connecting them. Zhongsho couldn't help but smile. This time he didn't just deduce the second and third layer of the earth chakra cultivation method. He also perfected the front portion. The same amount of true qi, but power was obviously 20% stronger. If nothing went wrong, he just needed a few more months to try to merge with 2 more spiritual veins and enter the second meridian realm. Even the third meridian would be within 3 to 4 months. This time, although he was in a bad state, his face swollen and bruised. However, his gains are not bad, and it should be worth it. If he could have such comprehension every time, he wouldn't mind doing it a few more times. The only thing that wasn't good was that along with the world-shocking spiritual art and the Emperor Flame spiritual art being perfected, at the same time, his fire-attributed bloodline started to show signs of awakening again, making him feel uneasy. Zhongsho smiled in satisfaction, shattering the ball of energy in his hand. He estimated that the time was up and that the luck talisman had lost its effect. He stood up and looked out of the window, only to see that Xiong Kuei was covered in wounds, in an even worse state than him. Only then did he smile in satisfaction. He was slightly happy. Although he was unlucky, there were people who were even more unlucky than him. However, when the horse under Xiong Kuei lost its footing once more and fell to the ground, Zhongsho was startled, not gloating at all. Something isn't right. My spiral energy is still okay. That world-shocking spiritual art has many flaws and is originally really unstable. However, what Xiong Kuei trained in is the Emperor Flame spiritual art, the legacy cultivation method left by the ancient monster emperor. It was created by a martial saint-level expert. So how could it lose control so easily? Actually, be it the table, chair, or the soft sword that Ruoshui retracted in time, under normal circumstances, they wouldn't be able to hurt him. Just the energy on the surface of his body would be able to block it. At this moment, he was cultivating external cultivation. Under spiritual weapons, they wouldn't be able to pierce through his skin. However, just now, not only did the true qi in his body go out of control, even the energy flowing on the surface of his body was in a mess, causing his skin to be in its weakest state. It was true that when a person was unlucky, even a toothpick could be fatal. Xiong Kuei's situation was similar. However, A luck talisman could only cause him to be unlucky once or twice. His situation was far worse than his. He remembered that day when he was drawing that luck talisman on Pill Spirit Mountain. He comprehended something. Fortune and misfortune depend on each other. Fortune and misfortune hide within. Who knows the extreme? There is no righteousness. Righteousness becomes a wonder. Kindness becomes a demon. The mysteries of a person will last for a long time. Knowing the male and guarding the female is the stream of the world. Knowing the glory and guarding the humiliation is the valley of the world. Knowing the white and guarding the black is the style of the world. Fortune and misfortune have no door, but people summon themselves. Good and evil will follow like a shadow. The root of misfortune lies in the evil of the body, the evil of the mind. The root of fortune lies in cultivating virtue and doing good deeds. However, looking at it today, he was probably just a beginner at that time. This weird and indiscernible god talisman definitely wasn't so simple. Before this, he felt that he had missed out on something. However, he couldn't figure out what it was. So that's the case. Is probability. The luck word that I wrote can magnify all possibilities. Waves of excitement flowed in Zhongsho's chest like a flame current, causing his heart to burn up. His eyes were filled with surprise after he understood. On the surface, Chu Shui kept on falling down in Xiaoyuan town and also picking up money. It was a combination of misfortune and fortune. In truth, that wasn't the case. It was just that the luck word magnified the probability of everything. It seemed like there was both good and bad luck. Actually, although there was some relationship between the two, it wasn't like what he had imagined before, where misfortune and fortune were closely interdependent. As for this luck word talisman, apart from probability, it could also cause one's luck to fluctuate in a short period of time. Just as he was thinking about that, he suddenly felt an explosion within his soul ocean. The luck word talisman that was spinning outside of the whirlpool actually gave out an unlimited amount of light. The bright glow and mist that covered the talisman slowly dissipated. At this moment, Zhongsho could easily use his spiritual sense to investigate the structure of this god talisman. The other 11 god talismans that he got from Pill Spirit Mountain were all spiritual seeds. Only this luck word god talisman was a perfect spiritual restriction level and was also the most indiscernible. After carefully comprehending for a moment, Zhongsho entered a meditative state. He was actually forming true spiritual restrictions within his soul ocean. With this complete god talisman as a reference, he was able to complete it without any obstructions. Chapter 231. Many true spiritual charms were formed along with Zhongsho's intent, causing the soul ocean whirlpool to swiftly strengthen. Just as the 99th spiritual charm was formed, a talisman whose color was indiscernible suddenly floated out from within the soul ocean. It was suddenly silver white, suddenly deep purple, suddenly fiery red, and then suddenly ice blue. The moment it appeared, it intertwined with the other lightning, water, fire, and metal talismans. Numerous threads stretched out and connected with these talismans. The true spiritual charms that Zhongsho formed before were all attracted over one by one. They were all added into the luck word true spiritual talisman, filling it up. The color was still changing between 7 colors, but 15 minutes later, that illusionary feeling totally disappeared. It truly existed in his divine soul. It was located at the center of the few true spiritual charms. Not only was it the largest, but Zhongsho used a full 99 true spiritual charms to form it. Even its position was a level higher than the lightning, water, fire, and metal talismans. Like a king, high above. It was also like it was born from the 4 talismans that each represented a path. Zhongsho understood why it was so huge. It was because the laws and phenomena gathered by this luck word true talisman were more perfect than the other few true spiritual charms. Even though he still didn't understand many of them, The reason why its position was higher was because these laws were naturally above the lightning, water, fire, and metal talismans. As for those densely packed threads, they represented the close connection between each other. The various abilities and effects of this luck word, true talisman, obviously needed to be realized through other laws. Just as this true spiritual talisman was formed, the entire soul ocean whirlpool crazily expanded once more. Almost all of the soul remembrance within it was continuously splitting and splitting. Its quality was also continuously improving and shrinking, becoming purer and purer. Be it the speed of expansion or the purity of the soul power, it could be compared to when he advanced from the out-of-body realm to the night-wandering realm. It was close to a qualitative improvement. Countless amounts of heaven and earth spiritual energy were gathered by the heaven-swallowing energy conversion technique. As it was sucked into the giant vortex, some impurities were removed, leaving behind only the essence of the origin spirit. Within this whirlpool, there seemed to be tiny veins that seemed like spiritual veins that were connected to the 5 true talismans above. The end was like a spiderweb stretching out in the soul ocean, absorbing spiritual energy and soul power to inject into the 5 true spiritual talismans. At this moment, Zhong Shoshin's mind was in turmoil, and he could not calm down for a long time. Spirit veins were formed in the divine soul. This was something that could only be done after reaching the return to Sun Realm. However, at this moment, he'd only condensed a single luck true talisman, and he'd already accomplished it. His current cultivation was only at the middle stage of the night roaming realm. The 5 tiny veins in his soul, were clearly the embryonic form of a spirit vein. When a martial master cultivates, one must first cultivate one's physical body and temper one's 5 viscera and 6 bowels, skin, bones, and tendons. He would strengthen his chi and blood to the extreme before benefiting his spirit. Spirit masters were the complete opposite. They would first cultivate soul power using various methods to strengthen their spirit. Once all their spirit souls turned from yin to yang, they would be able to use the purest heaven and earth spiritual energy to reshape their bodies and refine them into a true image. At this stage, they could even abandon their physical body. However, be it spirit masters or martial cultivators, they all needed to merge spiritual veins into their bodies. The only difference was that spirit masters used true talismans and heaven talismans to merge, while martial cultivators used their chakra meridians as a medium. The former was formed by one's own strength after reaching a certain realm. As for the latter, one could only search for naturally formed spiritual veins to merge into the body. Between the two, each had their pros and cons, and it was tough to judge who was better. However, the first few stages of spirit masters were indeed weaker, but they had many methods. When they cultivated to a high level, they could even control the power of heaven and earth for their own use. However, although martial cultivators were strong at the start, at the later stages, if they were unable to comprehend a high level of martial intent, the moment they fought with spirit masters, they had no way to fight back. Between spirit masters who successfully formed spiritual veins and those who didn't, the difference in strength was like heaven and earth. At this moment, even Zhong Shou was unable to understand how the spiritual veins in his soul ocean were formed. Pretty much without him needing to control them, they naturally formed. He only knew that the spiritual energy at the depths of the soul ocean whirlpool was already extremely pure. It actually had the feeling of turning from yin to yang. At this moment, in terms of quantity, his soul naturally couldn't be compared to a return to Sun Realm Spirit Master. However, in terms of quality, it wasn't below. The purity of spiritual energy is one of the reasons why spiritual veins can be formed. However, the main reason is most probably because of this heaven energy swallowing conversion technique. This cultivation method is really magical, using what heaven and earth have to make up for what one lacks. Who knows who created it? It really stole the fortune of heaven and earth. In my eyes, this cultivation method shouldn't be weaker than the universe in universe books. Zhong Shou places consciousness high above his soul ocean, deep in thought as he looked down at the 5 spiritual veins that were like cantilevers spinning along with the whirlpool. It was probably because this heaven energy, swallowing conversion technique, was absorbing the purest spiritual energy in heaven and earth at every moment, which was why the spiritual veins were naturally formed and he didn't need to spend any effort at all. Following which he used his mind to sweep the 12 god talismans outside. These god talisman seeds were also of great use. Apart from helping him purify his soul power, they were also purifying the various spiritual energy within his soul ocean at every moment. In that moment of distraction, Zhong Shou once again retracted all his consciousness and started to focus on the expansion of his soul ocean as well as the splitting of his soul power. Within the whirlpool, spiritual energy surged. Above it was a mist and flames rolling about, numerous lightning flashing crazily. Only when the diameter of the whirlpool swelled to close to double did it finally stop. The changes within his soul also slowly stopped. At this moment, Zhong Shou's soul power was a full 6 times. However, when his consciousness slowly recovered, the first thing he did was take a look at the 12 god talisman seeds outside of his soul ocean. In just one night, the water, fire, and metal god talismans were pulled a little closer. However, the closest one was still the luck word god talisman. What made Zhong Shou feel regretful was that just now he was just a step away from totally merging with this god talisman. However, he was unable to complete it. It should be because his understanding of the laws was still lacking by a lot. However, this matter couldn't be forced. To be able to comprehend and form this 5th and most indiscernible true spiritual talisman, he was already satisfied. Sensing his soul ocean once more, Zhong Shou felt even more surprised. With my current soul power, even if I go head-on against those returned to Sun Realm Spirit Masters, it wouldn't be a problem. What made him most happy was still the one origin sword that was hanging at the center of his soul ocean. At this moment, the outer shell covering the blurry energy was removed. The entire sword body was revealed. The color was also changing in 7 colors. Not only was it bright and eye-catching, its sharpness was extremely sharp. This was a sign that it had gone from a sword embryo to a true sword. Who knows if it was due to the luck word talisman being formed, but the entire sword body was giving off a mysterious aura. Now that I have formed the lightning, water, fire, metal, and luck talismans, the next step should be the wind gathering talisman. Once this talisman is formed, my combat strength will increase by several times. No. His heart suddenly jumped. Zhong Shou sent his mind into the depths of his soul ocean. Suddenly, a spiritual light flashed. That's not right. Heaven swallowing energy conversion. The talisman I should form should be the swallow word. With this thought in mind, the entire soul sea shook. Pretty much naturally, many true spiritual charms appeared at the center of his soul ocean. There were actually 40 of them. Although he was unable to form a new true spiritual talisman, it caused his soul ocean whirlpool to become a little bigger. Zhong Shaoxin was delighted and knew that this was because his cultivation coincided with the heavenly path. However, shortly after, he still felt that it wasn't right. Like something was missing and there was a huge problem. Thinking about it for a long while, he finally understood. It still isn't right. I heard that in the ancient times, there were 15 to 16 types of god beasts that had the ability to swallow heaven and earth. However, in the end, they all died in a tragic manner, either losing their minds or their bodies exploding. Only a mere 3 types survived, amongst which I can learn a thing or 2 from that Wanxiang. Then apart from the swallow word, there should be a purify word. 2 true spiritual talismans should be formed at the same time. Pretty much at the same time, the interior of his soul changed once more. Not only was the commotion much greater than before, but the soul ocean whirlpool also expanded once more. In the center, there were also dozens of true spiritual talismans that appeared out of nowhere. Zhong couldn't help but be tempted to try and form these two true spiritual talismans in one go. However, just as such a thought rose up in his head, he felt that his mind was suddenly exhausted. It was like there was an invisible barrier that was stopping him from improving. Thinking about it, Zhong knew that it was because his foundations were unstable. This one day and night of cultivation was equivalent to several months of meditation cultivation. With his current situation, it wasn't enough to support him to climb up. He decisively gave up on this plan. When Zhong opened his eyes once more, there seemed to be lightning flashing within. Within the room, it was extremely abundant heaven and earth spiritual energy. In front of him, Chu Shui and Ruo Shui both looked over with weird expressions on their faces. Especially Chu Shui, who was exceptionally shocked. "Young master, why did you suddenly advance? Didn't you just form a true spiritual talisman a few days ago?" There was a hint of frustration in his tone. As expected, he was a piece of trash that only knew how to eat. Young master's strength rose so quickly, so why would he need him in the future? He would only become a burden to young master. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.